At this time, we'd like to call to order the City Council meeting for the City of Palo Alto for June 13th, 2022. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Cormack. Here. Councilmember Du Bois.
Here.
Councilmember Filsaw.
Here.
Vice Mayor Koo.
Here.
Councilmember Stone. And Councilmember Tanaka. For the record, we have 6 present.
Thank you. So our first item tonight is a special order of the day, which is a proclamation recognizing the Juneteenth holiday. And Councilmember Du Bois, would you like to read the proclamation on our behalf?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So whereas June 19th is declared as Juneteenth Freedom Day, a nationally recognized day which celebrates the rich culture, legacy, and heritage of Black and African American people. Whereas 2022 marks the 157th year of Juneteenth Freedom Day, with Juneteenth being the oldest known celebration commemorating the abolition of slavery in the United States, dating back to June 19th, 1865, when Union soldiers led by Major General the war had ended, freeing the enslaved. And whereas this was 2.5 years after President Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation, which became official on January 1st, 1863. And whereas the US Congress between 1865 and 1870 would pass key amendments to the US Constitution that upon ratification by each state would profoundly change the legal status of those once enslaved. The 13th Amendment abolished bonded servitude. The 14th Amendment conferred citizenship upon those once enslaved. And finally, the 15th Amendment enfranchised men once held in bondage. And whereas Kamala Harris, Vice President of the United States of America, in preparatory remarks before President Joseph Biden signed the observance of Juneteenth into federal law in 2021, noted that throughout history, Juneteenth has been known by many names: Jubilee Day, Freedom Day, Liberation Day, Emancipation Day, and today, a national holiday. And whereas today, Juneteenth Freedom Day celebrates Black and African Americans people's freedom and achievement, while encouraging continuous self-development and respect for all cultures, as it takes on a more national, symbolic, and even global perspective to ensure the events of 1865 are not forgotten. And whereas Palo Alto has begun the journey of addressing racial inequities and focusing on efforts to increase diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging as expressed in the City of Palo Alto's Equity Mission Statement. And now, therefore, Pat Burt, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, does hereby proclaim June 19th as Juneteenth Freedom Day, and to call upon our community to all redouble our commitment to use our power to stamp out hate, racism, and inequities, and continue the work of equity, justice, and hope.
Thank you. So our next item is a closed session, and this is regarding existing litigation of Green versus City of Palo Alto. And do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Okay. Our first speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for this opportunity to address the council. I just want to give another kind of overview of what's happening here with this Green versus Palo Alto case from the residents, perspective, or from my perspective, and that has been shared with others who reached out to me about it. There was a very long lawsuit involving a lot of lawyer time, documents, filings, discovery, et cetera, not too long ago, which Palo Alto lost fair and square. It's part of losing that, a large judgment was made against Palo Alto to pay, it's been so long, what was it? About approximately $12 million back to the ratepayers in our city, AKA residents, because the court found in a final judgment, which you are now paying to appeal, the court determined as a matter of fact and law that Palo Alto acted illegally when it transferred our, as in ratepayers, as in your and my hard-earned money that we thought we were paying for utilities. Instead, Palo Alto was actually transferring some of that money from utilities, which again, we thought we were paying for and which we were lied to when we were told we were paying for, over to the general fund, which was not approved nor legal. And it's a pretty obvious case that Miriam Green, a local hero, sued regarding. And it's not surprising at all that Palo Alto lost, because by any commonsensical perspective, it is illegal for a party to charge a person for one thing and then use those funds for something else. It's common sense. Then, instead of paying back the many millions of dollars that you owe yourself and the rest of us, you instead have doubled down, wasting our taxpayer money by filing dozens more documents and asking for a new trial and restarting this process entirely over out of your attempt to deprive us of what we are legally entitled to as a matter of law, as a matter of morality, and as a matter of common sense. No one has the right to use money that is being paid for that to that person for a purpose other than what was being paid for. It's common sense. Please stop this nonsense. Stop appealing. Stop fighting. Stop using our own money to fight against us. Don't use our money to fight against us. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our public comments. Do we have a motion to go into a closed session?
So moved.
And I will second that. And I see no discussion. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. The council will now go into closed session. We're scheduled to be in there approximately an hour or so, and we'll be returning at that time to convene the balance of our meeting. Thank you. The council has returned from a closed session and we have no reportable action. So at this time, our next item is whether we have any agenda changes, additions, or deletions, and I'm not aware of any. So we will move on to public comment for items that are not otherwise on the agenda. And do we have speakers who wish to address the council on anything not on the agenda pertaining to city business? Okay, our first speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Aram James. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I am calling to speak about the matter at issue that was written about in the front page of today's Daily Post, that our HR director, tried to silence my good friend and mentor, Aram James, again. This is getting kind of crazy. And already Palo Alto's city government is suffering a bit of a public relations deficit. And it doesn't help any of you. And in fact, kind of hurts when you send a member of your appointed staff out to try to get a critic of you all silenced. Now, I think you all know that I'm pretty darn well versed in issues of feminism and terminology and language that is used to oppress others. And it's a bit of an ironic criticism to say that, one of the most vocal critics of city council and of Mr. Shikata, Aram James, was bonding with him by using the word bro. That is, it's just a self-contradictory statement. Is he criticizing Mr. Shikata or is he bonding with him? Having been at that meeting, I know for a fact that that was not used in any kind of way, either unconsciously or consciously, to represent bonding over male privilege. Let's be honest here. No one likes to be criticized. No one likes to be criticized. It hurts our feelings. And when we're criticized on things that we are doing that maybe a part of us know is wrong, that can be most uncomfortable making of all. Mr. Shikata's excuses for why this process of hiring our new police chief must be done in secret make no sense. Everyone knows that if you get to the final stage of a job interview where you're in the final three, you have to let your current employer know. You need their reference. It looks good for you to be in the list of finalists. There is no excuse to keep the process of hiring our new police chief private. It must be done publicly. It must be done with accountability and transparency. And Mr. Shikata should know that, no matter how Mr. James refers to him.
Thank
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Aram James, and we'll be closing our public comments for people to sign up at the conclusion of Mr. James speaking.
Good evening, Rebecca Eisenberg. Thank you so very much for your measured comments. Extraordinary. Are you able? I'm seeing no movement in the clock, so I'm wondering if you're actually hearing me, council members.
We hear you. The clock hadn't started.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Rebecca, thank you. If anybody hasn't seen Rebecca's rebuke to the 6 members of this city council that voted to give Castellea the go-ahead to continue to violate the law, what a beautiful, eloquent piece in today's Daily Post. And I really think what the council did, except for Lydia Koo, thank you for not voting for that elitist institution to expand at the expense of our public schools in our community. Read Rebecca's extraordinary piece. Mr. Shikata, today of all days, while the Trump treason hearings are going on, and while everybody knows how fragile our democracy is, I'm calling on you to open the doors to our democracy, okay? I'm asking the city council to act as a check and balance. You've abdicated that responsibility. You know that you have to approve the final police chief selection. All you need to tell Mr. Shikata is, if you don't bring 3 candidates for the public to vet, and particularly people that have been brutalized by the police to ask questions, and for the city council to do that, then you will, we won't approve your final selection. And if you don't want to cooperate, despite your extraordinary separation agreement that gives you, I don't know, $500,000 or $600,000 or $700,000, we're going to fire you, because our democracy is more important than money. But will the council do that? I'm saying it's critical. Here's something that our courts have said: law enforcement officers carry upon their shoulders the maintain trust in the police department. The public must be kept fully informed of the activities of his police department. As the Trump treason proceedings proceed, they teach us how fragile our democracy is and how critical it is. Look at the city of Uvalde, when the selection process of the police chief was negligently done. Children died, police stood by. We can't afford in these times not to have an extraordinarily open vetting by the council and by the citizens of this community and by community members and people that have been abused by the Palo Alto Police Department, have the opportunity to question the 3 finalists. In a democracy at risk now, I mean, how easy of an ask is this? I'm saying you need to step up. Mr. Shikata, come on, please do what you know you need to do. Let's look at the command staff. How many Blacks, how many Asians are in that command staff? I'll bet you it's 0. So it's not a diverse department, Mr. Shikata. Let's get going. Let's do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Jolly, to be followed by Matt Schlegel. Welcome.
As you know, I'm an activist, and also I have worked as a journalist. The idea of secrecy in government is repulsive to me, and I will do anything to stop it. And I understand there has been quite a bit of it in this city government. My good friend Aram James is on a rampage, and I suggest you pay attention to what he's doing. In my opinion, heads could roll. I have passed out a copy of his editorial letter, and I understand that his writing was on the front page of the Post today. That is good progress. And I believe we're going to stop the secrecy that has prevailed in this government. And some of the secrecy has impacted the homeless people. And I'm here tonight to make another public records request. I made one earlier concerning the harassment of people who live in vehicles. And I was pleased to see that Lisa Sheff responded to this and is planning to give me some information. I have another request tonight, and I ask you to pay attention to the fact that this is a legal public records request. I need to have sent to me all the information in recent years of the city's activities regarding the homeless people, both efforts to help them and efforts to persecute them, like this, which I have shown you before. Would like also to know everything that has happened, has been done by the Human Rights Commission concerning the homeless people. Really, I have the impression that there has not been a lot done to help them. There has mostly been persecution like this. Okay, so I want, my request is to have all the information concerning the city's interaction, city's policy and documents concerning the homeless people. The homeless people are a persecuted class. People are being punished for not having a residential address. Can you believe that? I was denied the right to vote because the registrar did not like my address. It was a perfectly legal address, but they did not feel it was residential. And I am hopping mad. The people living in vehicles and the homeless people have also been denied the right to open a bank account. They've denied the right to apply for a job. Are about to be denied the right to travel. This is done, these things are being done by government. Some of it by the real ID people. This is a persecuted class. They cannot even rent a bedroom. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt Schlegel, to be followed by our final speaker, Manal Shafi. Welcome.
Firstly, many thanks to Mayor Burt and council members Cormack and Stone for highlighting the importance of keeping climate change top of mind at a recent Human Relations Commission meeting. I heard Vice Chair Eberly report on your feedback to the HRC work plan, and I appreciate your comments. I also learned that the Human Relations team lost a commissioner who was focused on the climate change aspect of the work plan, and I encourage you to hire or assign an alternate to fill that important role. Also, in preparation for tomorrow's SCAP ad hoc committee meeting, I reread Councilmember Cormack's August 2021 op-ed, where she highlights the importance of moving forward with our plan to electrify Palo Alto homes. She says, and I quote, "Let's move from fear, drama, and technical details to the changes that all of us can make now." And I think that's great advice. At tomorrow's SCAP meeting, I hope to hear a restatement of the commitment to our 80 by 30 goal to reduce Palo Alto greenhouse gas emissions to 80% below 1990 levels by 2030. At the last ad hoc committee meeting, I was disappointed and dismayed by a seeming lack of focus on immediate and urgent home electrification. I hope the team is regrouped and refocused on that effort. I also want to thank Ms. Rosenberg, who recently highlighted the contributions of vehicles to Palo Alto's emissions. When I look at what's in our city's power to make the biggest impact to reduce emissions, I keep coming back to electric water heaters. And so I encourage you to prioritize and focus on the efforts that make the biggest immediate reduction to carbon emissions. Also, I hope we don't get distracted by goals with longer timelines than 2030. In reality, we only have 3 to 5 years to act if we want to have any chance of keeping temperature increase below 1.5 degrees. I'd rather see a focus on intermediate goals that put us on pace to meeting our 2030 goal. For instance, if we had a goal to build up installation capacity to 10 water heaters a day, that would give us the capability to install 2,000 water heater installations a year. That's not enough. So we could have an additional goal to increase installation capacity from 10 to 20 water heaters a day, yielding 4,000 installations a year. If we had that capacity by the end of 2023, we'd be on pace to replace Palo Alto's 23,000 fossil fuel water heaters in time to meet our 2030 goal. I hope the ad hoc committee appreciates the importance of both having installation experts participate in finalizing the SCAP plan and including goals for installation capacity. And there's nothing stopping us from building up installation capacity now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Manal Shafi, to be followed. We're allowing one more speaker, Jonathan Ehrman. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Manal Shafi, and I'm proud to serve as a Community and Government Relations Coordinator at Bloom Energy, a clean, resilient energy company founded right here in Silicon Valley with nearly 800 local employees and currently hiring 300 additional advanced manufacturing careers. Over the past 2 years, we have learned more than ever the vital role of our frontline hospital and healthcare workers, all putting our health before their own throughout the COVID-19 crisis. In recognition of their selfless work, Bloom Energy hosted the inaugural Stars and Strides community run and raised over $250,000 last year to benefit the Valley Medical Center Foundation. Tonight, I'm inviting you to join me to build on our success on July 2nd for our second annual Stars and Strides community run to support and celebrate our frontline hospital workers and the patients they serve. Our ambitious goals for the second annual Stars and Strides community run will be more attainable with your help and participation. First, our financial goal is to raise and donate $350,000 to the Valley Medical Center Foundation as they support 3 county hospitals, 14 healthcare clinics, which collectively provide healthcare services to more than 1 million of our neighbors annually, 85% of whom are low-income members of our community. Second, our participation goal is for 2,500 paying participants in the Armature Systems 10K run, the Silicon Valley Bank 5K run or walk, or the HP Inc. Kids Fun Run. Third, our volunteer goal is for 400 caring volunteers pre-race or on race day to further ensure our participants have a fun, safe, and healthy experience. Tonight, we have 3 requests. First, please register yourself and your family. Registration is easy at starsandstridesrun.com. For elected leaders, please sign up under the California Water Service Elected Official and Executive 5K Challenge. Second, please reach out to our own database of community members. We have sample texts you can consider using to make it easy. Third, we would be honored to work with your professional staff to be included in any online community communications between now and race day. Over the past 2 years, we've realized just how critical healthcare workers are to our communities. We now have the opportunity to celebrate and support them on July 2nd. Please join us and spread the word throughout your communities. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Jonathan Ehrman. Welcome.
Good evening. Thanks for hearing me tonight. I wanted to speak about the auditorium at the Art Center, which is a great venue for various kinds of arts performances, and I feel that its use has been constricted recently over the years and is getting more constricted. And I think that council and staff should think about this. I know when I was a kid, I saw productions at the Children's Theater, did dinner theater there. Later, I performed there. I've seen concerts there. I've been lucky enough to perform there as a cellist and a pianist and a singer on that stage. But this was all possible partly because of the fact that there was an offstage room as part of that facility, which was always there, which was designated for the artist's offstage use. And that has been turned into offices so that anybody running this space is only in the auditorium. There's no offstage space. You cannot do a theater production there. Instrumentalists can't put their instruments there. Singers can't go there to hang out, to relax, warm up. It's like having a gym with no locker rooms. You wouldn't have a gym and then take the locker rooms and then turn them into office space because you just don't have the room. If Palo Alto builds a new gym, I'm assuming it will include locker rooms and not, take those away because there's just not enough space. And also, apparently, I was told that the hours that it can be rented have been severely constricted, although there's nothing about this that I saw on the website. And I don't know if this is also the case with the auditorium, with the theater at Coverly, but the city needs to look at making these spaces available as the performing arts venues that they're supposed to be, and to support people who want to perform there. Because right now, it seems like the city is doing everything it can to not make these viable spaces. So I think that should be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments. So we'll now go to the consent calendar. And Okay, our first speaker is Jonathan Ehrman. Jonathan Ehrman?
Well, he actually signed up first, so.
Okay. Jeremy Ehrman.
Good evening. I'm pleased to see on your consent calendar that you are extending the contracts for the 3 theater groups that use the Lucy Stern Community Center, TheaterWorks, Palo Alto Players, and West Bay Opera. But I am a little bothered that this is a 1-year extension that is being put in pretty much at the last moment. This is an extension of a contract that was originally a 3-year contract from 2018 to 2021. In the pandemic, you then added a 1-year extension, now another 1-year extension. But these are groups that have been using this facility for, in one case, over 50 years, I think over 60 years, and then the other one, 90 years. These are the bedrock of Palo Alto's performing arts organizations. The Lucy Stern Community Center was built, this theater was built for Palo Alto players. Yet for years, the city has sort of been playing this game of chicken with the performing arts groups saying, yeah, I guess we'll renew the contracts. We think maybe, yeah, sure, we'll give you another year. Okay, at the last minute. Really, this is disrespectful. That the city is willing to sign long contracts for selling new technology like electric charging ports for electric cars. Okay, you get like many, many years with automatic extensions built in if you want them. But yet for Palo Alto's premier performing arts organizations, okay, maybe we'll let you continue. So really, this should be a long-term thing, that they should be shown the true respect which they deserve. As my brother had said, the city has a habit of disrespecting its art organizations, like not letting anyone have backstage space at the Art Center Auditorium. Or, for example, during the pandemic, the city's plan, oh yes, let's split up Coverly Community Center. We'll keep the theater because we can make money on that, but we'll give the theater's dressing rooms and arena rooms back to the school district, apparently because no one on the city staff knew that this was all one facility. And so they divided it up. And even when it was said that, this was one facility, no one changed anything, no one cared, they divided it up. So I really urge you to show your theater groups and arts groups some respect. And if you don't know how something works in theater or how the buildings are used, please ask the people that know. So I'm delighted to see that you are extending these contracts, but I do not see why you're doing this at the last minute. And you are not making this a multi-year contract with automatic extensions to show these groups the respect that they have brought so much to Palo Alto for decades and decades and decades and decades, and present world-class theater. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jonathan Ehrman, and we're going to be closing off registering for comments on consent calendar at this time.
Hello, good evening. I'm Jonathan. He's Jeremy. I think when we were small, we had shirts that said that on one side and the other. I want to echo some of the things that my brother said. Very glad to see that the contracts are being renewed. I believe there have even been some times when, because it was just an assumption that things would work out, sometimes the groups have actually been operating without contracts. So I think that it's important that this be done, but I also don't understand why that is not seen as a longer term thing. I was reading the details. The contracts can be amended anytime. So if details want to be changed or amended, they could be. So it seems like there's no reason not to do multi-year contract, except maybe, I guess, if the city auditor is looking into relationships with nonprofit groups, and maybe they think they can get some kind of better deal or something. But I really don't see what kind of a better deal you can get than having these companies coming into the city and performing. I was reading the details in the packet, which has some history on all three of the groups, which is really great. I just wanted to fill in a few little things which maybe are missing there. The material submitted to council said that Lucy Stern invited the community players to be the resident company at the Lucy Stern Theater, but in fact, more accurately, Lucy Stern built that theater for the community players and for the Children's Theater Program, which both existed at that time and performed in the building right near the train tracks. And in fact, it was because the trains were so noisy, among other things, she felt they needed a permanent space. And so that theater was built to house the community players, which is one reason why they are still there, even after the city decided to let them go as a city-funded organization. The information you were given says that the Palo Alto players dissolved their ties with the cities in the 70s. I thought maybe it was more like the city dissolved their ties with players. But anyways, as part of that agreement, the compromise was that players gets to use the space for free. And of course, then there's TheaterWorks, which is the baby on the block, which is now over 50 years old. But all three of these companies bring in extraordinary artists, extraordinary art to Palo Alto. Their value could not be either underestimated, overestimated. I'm not sure which direction that goes. But what you should be doing is looking at ways to encourage these organizations to flourish further. You know, TheaterWorks, when they started their New Works Festival, where they do readings of new shows, and these shows have gone to be produced all over the world, they started that at the second stage in Mountain View, and then that was too small after a few years, so they brought it to Lucy Stern. But if you don't support this festival and give them the space and resources they need, it could go somewhere else. So you should be reaching out to them to see what they can do. You should be reaching out. West Bay Opera does its free piano preview for each show. It did not happen at the Arts Center or the Lucy Stern Ballroom this year. I'm not exactly sure the reasons, but it may have something to do with difficulties with getting used to those spaces from the city. So the city needs to really not just re-up the contracts each year, but throughout the year, look ahead and plan and be like, how can we make sure that these companies are going to be here for years to come, and how can we encourage them to flourish throughout the year? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by our final speaker, Chris Robel.
Got it. Okay. Thank you again so much for, I guess, my third opportunity to speak at this meeting I kept meaning to come in public. Maybe I'll make it there. With regard to your consent calendar, knowing that you're going to just approve anything anyway, I want to point out just kind of a couple things about number 5, where you seek to change the impact fees, or what word you use for them, the fees that you charge residences and homes in order to support our public services like parks. Just reading through this data, it really makes me wonder how much easy kind of investigation that you all have done. And in particular, a point that just keeps making me a bit insane is this calculation of usage based on what is very much an inaccurate assessment of 200 square feet per employee in technology company offices. I guess none of you have ever maybe worked in a cubicle job or maybe handled HR or compliance for technology companies that have a lot of employees that work in cubicles, but they are being shoved in a lot more tightly than 200 square foot per employee. Why does this matter? This matters because when you underestimate the number of employees that actually work in Palo Alto in these offices, like when they go to work, you are underestimating the impact, the negative impact that these large employers have on our city. Negative impact that is measured more accurately by payroll or headcount rather than by square footage. It's just not the case and not fair that these large employers keep being taken off the hook time and time again when it comes to impact fees, when it comes to your proposed tax, which you'll be discussing later, which is an extraordinarily broken, misguided measure. Please recognize that these large employers, some of whom are the largest and most profitable businesses in the world, such as Tesla, which is expanding its presence here, not contracting, that these employers cause harm and usage to our city. Find them, not our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Chris Rebel.
Thank you. And I realize this is consent, Mayor. I don't know if I can speak. It was an oral communications comment, not related to anything on the agenda. Is that okay or no?
This period is limited to items on consent calendar.
Okay, then I can't cover it then. I'm sorry. Okay.
All right. Thank you. All right. So we'll now return to the council. Councilmember Cormack.
I'd like to register a no vote on item 5, please.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
No on 4 and 5.
You said 4 and 5?
Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I'll move the consent calendar.
Seconded by Vice Mayor Koo. And would the clerk please call the roll? With Councilmember Tanaka voting no on 4 and Councilmember Tanaka and Cormack voting no on 5.
Councilmember Philsath,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Koo.
Yes.
Thank you. So the consent calendar passes. Councilmember Cormack, did you want to speak to your no vote?
Thank you, Mayor Burt. I just can't imagine a fee of over $100,000 for an apartment is going to be feasible. I certainly don't think it's desirable for us to be imposing fees at that level. So I fear that this work is going to be a waste of time and money, at least some of it. That would mean, 171 new people or families would be contributing the money to buy 1 acre of parkland. If we're really intent on building more parks, I think it's incumbent upon us as a council in a city to identify those locations and come up with a plan before we start extracting that level of money from people who are going to come and live here. I also think space. I'd be interested when this comes back in understanding open space in the calculation. I think we're using some benchmarks that I don't think really reflect our community. Thank you.
And Councilmember Tanaka, you want to speak to your no votes?
Sure. I'll start with 5 first. So my thoughts on 5 are similar to Councilmember Cormack. It's $145,000 per unit. That's a lot of money. I think our goal is to try to make more affordable housing, but at this rate, it's going to discourage a lot of housing to be built. So I think this is counter to what we're trying to do. In fact, I believe this makes housing unaffordable. It discourages the building of housing. The other factor is that we saw the stock market today. We know the economy is starting to slow down. Interest rates are going up a lot. Inflation is rising. I don't know whether that figure of $17.6 million makes a lot of sense at this point. So anyways, I think this is not the right direction. In regards to 4, so the library software. So a couple of issues with this. First one, it looks like the last feedback session was done 4 years ago, 2018. So that's quite some time ago. There weren't any additional bids, but this is about $1 million. But the most disturbing part was that it goes from about $126,000 a year to $197,000 per year. Now I understand there's inflation, but this is beyond that. This means that the system's now costing us $355,000 more. And the first time it was implemented, you kind of understand that there's integration fees, there's fees to port the software over to get the new system online. But now this is just maintenance. I don't understand what new features are being done to justify this big increase. It's like almost a 50% increase in cost. So it doesn't make sense. And I think we should have got alternative bids because
for the cost of the company to provide maintenance on the software is somewhat minimal. So I think we should have negotiated better. I think we should have got a better price than what we got.
Okay, so that concludes our consent calendar. We'll now move on to city manager comments. Mr. Shikata.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Could I get the city clerk's assistance with a few slides? Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, I'll try to do this quickly, recognizing you've got a long agenda ahead of you. First, notably on our pandemic update, that there has been some news regarding the FDA's review and approval of the Moderna vaccine for kids between the age of 6 months and 5 years. So I know that we were looking at the timing. Looks like the county, in its most recent announcement, indicated that their recommendation that parents contact the children's doctors in order to determine availability, timing, as well as applicability for their kids. We're also continuing to offer testing at options within the city of Palo Alto, both through the county of Santa Clara as well as through our contract with, or really not a contract, it's really simply a partnership with Curative here at City Hall Plaza. For additional information, please check our website, cityofpaloalto.org/testing. Next slide, please. All right, did want to just take a moment to acknowledge what is hopefully not a surprise to anyone in terms of next steps related to drought restrictions. As again, I'm sure the community members are aware, drought conditions are continuing and actions are being pursued both here in Palo Alto as well as through jurisdictions, agencies across the state. Currently prohibiting certain types of watering on outdoor landscaping, and with additional regulations, we will be increasing those restrictions. There are also additional restrictions on the use of irrigation using drinking water, and the City Council will next week on your consent agenda be considering actions on the next phase of our preset drought restrictions that will limit the irrigation of landscaping and lawns to 2 days per week, as well as additional measures. Additional information on that is in the City Council's packet for next week, as well as we'll be providing more generally available information for the public. Next slide, please. Did want to note an opening now available on the city's Human Relations Commission, and the applications for this position will be open until July 27th. Information available on the city's webpage, cityofpaloalto.org/BC recruit, and would note the important role that the Human Relations Commission plays in setting of city policy. So certainly encourage community members to take a look at that opportunity and step forward. Next slide, please. Also this weekend, on this Saturday, between the hours of 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., we will have our Municipal Service Center open house. Once again, this is an opportunity for community members to take a look at somewhat behind the scenes of operations that are typically out on the street or out among the community in other parts of the City of Palo Alto. We will have a variety of activities. Sorry, didn't lead with the free ice cream being welcome all members of the community to come out and take a look. And also, if you know anyone who might be interested in a career with the City of Palo Alto, great opportunity to learn more about that. Next slide, please. Also coming up next weekend, we've got I think we changed the wording here. I was having some cognitive dissonance on twilight concerts and a noon concert for World Music Day. So it is a World Music Day concert that will begin at noon, tied to our Twilight concerts that begin at 6:30 p.m. So I guess we kind of bridge the sun to the evening there. So please certainly welcome community members to come on out to Rinconada Park to enjoy the first of a series of music events through the summer. Next slide, please. Also want to note that June is Pet Care Assistance Month. And in recognition of that, our nonprofit partner, Pets in Need, will be providing a pet care focused assistance day on June 29th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m., where there will be, let's see, make sure I got this right here, access to free and low cost veterinary services, including vaccinations. And so certainly welcome community members to bring their furry friends with them to our animal shelter with information at www.petsinneed.org/blog/assistance. That's a little bit of a stretch there, but again, information available and community members welcome on June 29th. Next slide, please. Then finally, want to note upcoming council agendas. Next week, we have the two-day, might as well call it marathon sessions. I think it's fair to call marathon sessions beginning at 3 p.m. Both days beginning at 3 p.m. On Monday and Tuesday, with the city's council considering its budget, the adoption of community development block grant funding allocations. We will have a development project review regarding 2850 West Bayshore proposed project. Also have a couple of policy items, one related to gun sales regulation, another not listed here on the 21st related to hazmat permitting, and also a colleague's memo regarding a proposed reproductive rights resolution. Alliteration's a little tough there. And then finally, noting the review of a follow-up on the city and Life Moves Home Key project potential third-story design option. Then looking forward to August, a number of items, again, still fairly early, but planning for the month of August, including airplane noise study session, a study session with the Utilities Advisory Commission regarding the ongoing Palo Alto Fiber project, an update from the Santa Clara County Housing Authority on the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park updates and status, and also a discussion of the city's housing element, all planned for the month of August. I believe that's my last slide. With that, back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Right. And just to clarify, the World Music Day will be in Rinconada Park in addition to the Twilight concert following it in Rinconada.
Yes,
today.
thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So now we'll move on to our first action item, which is a Finance Committee recommendation of adoption of 6 resolutions. First, approving fiscal year 23 wastewater collection utility financial plan, including transfer and adopted collection fees. Second, approving the upcoming fiscal year water utility financial plan and related matters. Third, the gas utility financial plan. Fourth, the electric utility financial plan. Fifth, amending utility rate schedules to increase dark fiber rates. And 6, amending utility rate schedule, increasing stormwater fees. And because this is a hearing on rate increases, we have a carefully scripted procedure that we are required to follow. And so I will begin by saying that tonight we'll consider a number of items related to utility rates and financial plans. First, we'll hold public hearings on proposed changes to the city's water and wastewater collection rates as required by the California Constitution. Then we'll separately consider all the remaining utility rates and financial plans. So now we'll conduct a majority protest proceedings for both water and wastewater collection rate increases, and the public will have an opportunity to speak. So does staff have a presentation? Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Burt, council members, Dean Batchelor, Director of Utilities. We have a presentation tonight to go over these 6 resolutions that we're asking for. Tonight, I have Lisa Belair, our acting senior resource planner, excuse me, and Eric Hennison, our rates manager, to discuss the slides that we'll be going over tonight. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lisa. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Tonight, as Dean mentioned, we have presentation, very shortened presentation to go over each one of the utilities, and 3 slides each for each utility. If you'd like, we can quickly run through them, or if you would like to expedite anything, we can also just skip directly to questions. It's your choice.
Why don't you quickly run through them?
Okay, wonderful.
One more slide, please. Can you go ahead one more slide? First, I'll talk about the water utility increases. Excuse me. Good evening. My name is Lisa Belair, Acting Senior Resource Planner, and I'll talk about the water and wastewater utilities briefly. The water proposal is for an 8.9% overall increase, which is made up of a 4% increase for distribution rates and a 15.9% increase on the commodity rate from our San Francisco wholesale increase. The operations reserve at the end of fiscal year 21 was at the maximum guideline level. This forecast assumes that we have water conservation of about 10% during fiscal year 2022, and that in 2023, we have a recovery year back to normal levels in 2024. The future projections are 4% each year for the distribution increase, and then passing through the increases from San Francisco. The rate increase is important in order to pay for seismic upgrades to reservoirs, as well as generator costs for wildfires and other emergencies. This plan uses the funds in the CIP reserve and the rate stabilization reserve throughout the forecast period in order to mitigate the rate increases. Next slide, please. This chart shows the cost and revenue projections for the water utility. Showing in the blue line, you can see the revenue declining in 2022 due to the drought. And then the stacked bars show the costs. In orange, we have the capital costs. The green shows the operations costs. And then the blue shows the water supply, and the black shows the debt service. So you can see those costs increasing over the course of the 5-year forecast period. Additionally, you can see that matching up with the revenue increases in the blue line. And you can see at the top in red, the rate increases that we're requesting, and specifically the 9% increase for fiscal year 2023 that we are focusing on tonight. Next slide, please. So the recommendation for the water utility is, together with the Utilities Advisory Commission and the recommendation from the Finance Committee, that recommend that the City Council adopt a resolution approving the water utility financial plan up to $13.964 million from the Capital Improvements Project Reserve to the Operations Reserve. That is to pay for the Capital Improvement Program budget with funds from the Capital Improvement Project Reserve. And then the increases in the water utility rates outlined in the rate schedules. Do you have any questions on water, or shall I move on to wastewater?
We can take questions from the council at this time, and then do we receive first the Uh, Oh, yeah, we'll get you over there.
Wow.
And the objections or?
Right. So we're a little bit scrambled up. Let me give my little speech.
Okay.
And this applies to water and wastewater. Then the clerk will accept written and signed objections through the close of the public hearing period, which is anytime now and during council's questions. Yes. So water and wastewater, these hearings tonight are being conducted under procedures that are required by the California Constitution, a provision commonly known as Proposition 218, which was the number it got when the voters approved it. And so notice of tonight's hearing was mailed to all affected water and wastewater collection customers on April 20th of this year. And the city clerk has been accepting written protest against the proposed rates since that time. She will continue to do so tonight until the close of the public input portion of the hearing that the mayor will announce shortly. After the close of the public input portion, then the clerk will tabulate the results. If a majority of the affected customers were to object to the rate increase in a written protest, then they cannot be imposed by council. Otherwise, the council can have its discussion, policy discussion, and may adopt the new rates by resolution. So, Mr. Mayor, if you want to do a round of technical questions, then you can close the public hearing at that time. Take public comment and then close the public hearing, and then council can have its discussion and vote.
I think what we'll do on each of these is go ahead and open it to public comment. We'll close that, and then we'll have council questions and motions. So do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this matter? Be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg.
Hi. There's things about this that I don't understand. Yes, we've had notice about the water rate increase. And yes, we're all incredibly stressed about water. I get that. I'm also, I don't know, and I watched the presentation just now, and I confess I don't entirely understand it. When I say understand, that doesn't mean disagree. It means I don't understand all of it. I do have this concern. The lawsuit, the 25% possible increase that ratepayers may be charged with the Bosca lawsuit. And I don't know how this is all syncing up, SYNC, syncing up with the increase in rate. Could you all please discuss that and explain that? And I'm concerned about that. I know that some speakers spoke about that, members of the public, I think in your last meeting. I am concerned about that. I don't feel that due diligence has been done by Bosca and on that matter. It's my understanding, and in looking into that. So that's mainly what I wanted to say. And I'm concerned that this rate increase is with that 25% increase, if that is in fact going to happen, or if that's part of this, really takes me aback. Because in our household, we're trying to also water trees. We have mature trees that we are trying to keep alive for all kinds of reasons. And this is starting to stress us out. It's stressing us out just
because it's stressing me out, but it's also stressing the pocketbook out. That's what I want to say. So I want information, please.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg.
It's funny. I was going to say pretty much the exact same thing that Ms. Dellenbach just said. Thank you, Winter. I'll say a little bit of my own spin questions. I mean, these are again questions rather than comments as much. I too read the letter that is included in the packet dated June 13th from Peter Dreckmeyer to City Council, and with regard to this whole matter of the 25% rate increase and this lawsuit against none of this has been too clear to me who the lawsuit is against, but a lawsuit, I guess, that is intended to stop the Bay Area Delta Plan, which we apparently support. There's a lot of unanswered questions in this, and I don't fault Mr. Dreckmeyer for speaking in language that is clearly somewhat inside baseball. But for sure, these matters are of grave concern to us all. And I do think that it is important for staff or someone to kind of address this letter, which is a bit concerning. Our fees that we're paying, our water fees that we're paying, going to support a lawsuit against a sustainable effort to prevent drought? It's not clear to me. Additionally, I also strongly agree with Winter Dellenbach in her urging of you all to, or maybe she doesn't say this so strongly, but in her pointing out that it really does place a high burden on us, the residents, in terms of keeping our trees alive, which we do as a matter of public policy, agree we should do. I think it really is time for Palo Alto's leadership to sit down and really take some time discussing water policy and in particular, what specific goals we seek to achieve with water policy, especially those goals of sustainability. Of course, we want to minimize our water usage. And for example, we all should be using brown water in our toilets, but we also have to keep our trees alive. Thank you for taking these questions.
Okay, that appears to conclude our public comments on this item. And so we'll return to the council for questions and motion deliberation.
Mr. Mayor, there was
Yes.
one, I apologize. There was one more person who raised their hand and we didn't officially close public comment. Can
Okay.
I add them?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
So one more speaker, apparently. Our next speaker is Peter Dreckmeyer. Welcome, former Mayor Dreckmeyer.
And now it appears he lowered his hand, sir. So no further request to speak. Oh, there it is again. Okay.
Peter, you should have the floor.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, my mute button was hidden. But thank you. This is Peter Dreckmeyer. I'm the policy director for the Tuolumne River Trust. I did send you a letter earlier today. I wasn't necessarily planning on commenting tonight, but it sounds like there might be some questions, so I wanted to make myself available if need be. Essentially, my letter focused on the fact that this year, BOSCA, the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency that represents Palo Alto and other customers of the SFPUC that are in San Mateo, Santa Clara, and Alameda counties, is raising the assessments on the member agencies such as Palo Alto by 25%. Their budget will be close to $5 million this year. And so Palo Alto pays that money, and where does Palo Alto get the money? From ratepayers. And there were a number of Palo Altans who showed up at the budget meeting for Bosca a couple of weeks ago and essentially said, we do not support our ratepayer money going to suing the state water board over the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. And as you know, Palo Alto has supported the Bay Delta plan. So I just wanted to raise this issue because there's a lot of disinformation that's put out there about the potential impacts of the Bay Delta plan that originate with the San Francisco PUC. And without doing any of its own analysis, Bosca just repeats that. And they're wrong, and they're misleading people, and they have this expensive lawsuit that we're all paying for. And I think Palo Alto should stand up and say, we do not want to pay for this misguided lawsuit anymore. And again, I'm available to answer any questions if people have them. Thank you.
Thank you. And does that conclude our public comments? Yes.
Yes, sir.
So we'll now close the public hearing and now return to the council for questions, comments, and motion. Council Member Phil Seth.
Yeah, question for staff. So I saw the letter from Ms. Sankola from SFPUC, or Bosca actually. It says that, you know, our share of the lawsuit is $25,000. Does staff agree with that? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Is there any way we can like not pay that? I mean, they're raising rates for a lot of reasons. That's only one small piece of it. Is there any way we can get away without paying that?
We pay our membership assessment, and it's part of our membership assessment. So we can't pay just part of it.
What happens if we pay $25,000 less than our membership assessment? We get checked out, right?
I don't think you can just pay, you know, part of a bill and then just choose which part you pay. It's a membership assessment, and we have to pay for it.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Mayor, could I
Yes.
remind you to have the clerk count the written protests and so we can see whether it's half?
Okay. And have that reported at this time or at the end?
Whenever you're ready to close the public hearing, as long as it's before the vote.
Okay. So the clerk, you're counting the written protests?
Yes, sir.
And do you have that already?
Yes, I do.
Could you please go ahead and report that out?
Yes, for written protests submitted opposing the water rate increase, we received 3 protests.
Thank you. You said 3.
3.
Thank you. All right. Well, I'll just ask for staff to clarify a little bit more for benefit of the public on the rate increases on the water, which are significant this year, but they're broken down in that the 4% distribution rate increase and a 15.9% commodity rate increase. So could you just share for everyone that the commodity rate increase, that's the pass along cost that is from the SFPUC for our water supply. That's not our internal cost increases, correct?
That's correct.
And the drivers for that increase, could you explain those a little bit more, why they're so high in a single year?
Yes, largely San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, their costs are largely fixed. And so due to the drought, with lower number of units of water being sold, those fixed costs need to be spread over those smaller number of units, and that drives the cost up. That's one of the drivers. The other driver I would mention is increased costs, including the debt service costs.
So every year that we experience a drought, we use less water. Maybe we use 20% less water or whatever. But we have most of our costs of our water is our fixed costs. So those same costs have to be spread over fewer gallons of water. And I know that the public, I've heard time and again for many years that, gee, I saved water and they chose to increase my rates as punishment. That's not the case. It's that it's fixed costs, and those costs are being distributed over less commodity or fewer gallons. And so we probably experience a little smaller water bill, but a higher cost per gallon. But our total bill would probably be slightly less, but not a lot less from the savings that we're doing on our water. And that's just part of the unfortunate circumstance of how costs are structured and passed on to us. And in a drought period, that's what happens.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, great. Just want to make sure we're laying the cards on the table and everybody understands them. All right, I see no other questions or comments. And I was appreciative of the answer to Councilmember Philseth's question of, I believe that $25,000 out of the total amount that we pay into Bosca, $25,000 is spread over a 3-year period, and it's about $8,000 a year toward this lawsuit that.
Yes, exactly.
And that suit, unfortunately, we're an agency where we're one of 20, how many?
26.
26, and were we the only city that opposed the Bay Delta plan and
yes,
initially? Okay. So, sorry. Supported the Bay Delta plan, opposed the alternative. Okay. Do we have we go forward now at this time for approval of the rate changes. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Okay. And I will second that. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Councilmember Cormack?
No, thank you. I think staff's covered it. It's already been through the Finance Committee and the Utilities Advisory Committee.
Okay, and I have no additional comments. Oh, and Councilmember Tanaka.
I have a question for staff on packet page 105. I don't know if you can bring it up. So as you guys try to bring it up, my question is, so first of all, I do like the fact that you guys are trying to do a bill comparison. I think that's good. The part that I'm trying to understand is, I think most of these cities, except I think Santa Clara, right, do not own their own utilities. Is that right?
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. So can you guys go to packet page 105?
Yes, I found that page.
Okay, maybe you could show it so everyone else could see it too. On that page, it shows a comparison of bills between different cities. And I think all of the cities, except for us and Santa Clara, do not have our own, basically only Palo Alto and Santa Clara have their own utilities, right?
Councilmember, that's true with respect to electric, but specific to water, I believe all these agencies have a municipal water system.
Okay. Okay. Do you guys have this breakdown for just like water? So we can see, but it's kind of hard to tell by looking at this graph.
Yes.
So while they're looking that up, is so basically, are there any cities here that don't have their own water system, or all of them do?
The one that doesn't have, for Menlo Park, what this is showing, I don't know if I'm right, Eric, but this is showing Cal Water's Menlo Park district here.
Okay, so Menlo Park doesn't have their own. That's the only one.
They,
Okay.
they do have a municipal system for part of Menlo Park, but we typically compare with Cal Water. It's the larger part of Menlo Park and other areas of Atherton.
Okay. Okay, but all the other cities share, oh, not share, but have their own municipal water system. They own their own utilities for water.
Sorry, Los Altos is also Cal Water. So on this chart, the two for water specifically that are not showing the city's utility is Los Altos and Menlo Park. Those are showing the rates for Cal Water districts.
Okay. And then, yeah, okay, great. You have to break down here. Okay, so in the park.
So on the slide, you can see the same cities for water, specifically for single family residential. And then we have another slide for non-residential. And you can see that Palo Alto is above 2% above the average for the comparison city group for commercial.
Okay, can we go back to the residential again? Okay, so Palo Alto is this before the increase or after?
This is before the increase.
I see. So after the increase would be even higher, essentially.
Yes. Other agencies are, we don't have a forecast of what all the other agencies are going to do with their rates, but we will quickly assemble that later in the summer as soon as it's available.
Okay, but Menlo Park, because they have Cal Water, and Los Altos isn't on here, so we can't quite see that, but it doesn't really matter because right now Palo Alto is, I guess, the highest right now compared to the cities on slide 43, correct?
Yeah, Redwood City is a little bit higher and
Oh, is it
Menlo
higher?
Park goes up and down compared with Palo Alto.
Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, I guess the red bar is higher. Okay. And then can we flip back to the commercial again, please? Okay, so when you say it's 2% above the commercial, I guess you're taking the average of 12, 64, and 300. Is that how it works?
I used the 64 CCF usage
Oh, I see.
level as an average level, but it may not represent the average
Oh, I
in
see.
each of the cities, but that's the level I used.
Okay, and the motion right now is to increase both residential and commercial. Is that the current motion?
Yes, it is. Yes.
Okay.
It's the increases in the rate schedule that's in the staff report, Councilmember Tanaka.
Okay. Are we able to break out the commercial and residential?
Excuse me?
Can we break out the commercial and residential rate increases
Yes.
as part
Do
of
you
the
mean
motion?
as part of the motion? City
So I think the
Attorney Stump?
council member is asking whether they can be voted on separately and treated differently for purposes of approval, not just for discussion. And I assume the answer to that is that the allocation between the rate classes should not be customized by council tonight. If there's a concern about it, it needs to go back through the process.
Because one would affect the other as well. Oh,
One rate class should not subsidize the other, so the rates are set up carefully to allocate the costs to the rate class on a basis that reflects the inputs of the various classes.
So I think since it can't be separated, then I'll probably can't support this just because I think the residential rates are already pretty high relative to comparison cities. Commercial maybe, but so I'll be voting no on this one.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I don't know if you could go back to that image with the total monthly bill comparison. And I mean, I can wait and ask this later, but it really was a kind of the combination of utilities. Do you have that slide? It's like a stacked bar chart.
It's a chart that is on packet page 105, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure. Let's see which slide.
You flashed it up there just a second ago. There you go. So it's really a high level question. Like, so just comparing us to Santa Clara, it looks like their water is a lot less and their electricity is less. And could you just speak to kind of, how Santa Clara is able to do that?
For water, Santa Clara does not purchase all of its water from San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. They have other sources of water, including groundwater. Palo Alto purchases 100% of our potable water from San Francisco Public Utilities Commission.
Yeah, it's very hard to hear you too, by the way.
Which is more expensive, yes.
So, but I'm sorry, I had a hard time understanding.
Let me.
Oh, maybe.
Why don't we let Lisa try one more time? Bring the mic a little closer.
I apologize about that. I was just saying that Santa Clara, and part of it might be my mask, Santa Clara has a different source of water.
Yeah.
And Palo Alto purchases all of its water from San Francisco Public Utilities, all of its potable water from San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, which is more expensive.
Right. So they don't have the infrastructure and the rebuild of the Hetchy system to pay for like we do.
That's true.
Okay. And then on the electric side,
on the electric side, Santa Clara has their own generation, which helps. So they have a different mix. Plus, they have a different customer mix than we do with regards to residential versus business. So on this comparison, they're a little bit less.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I'll just add that the cost of water from the Hetchy system is both better quality and higher cost than the other systems. So if we were to look at San Jose or Milpitas and other cities in our region that don't get water from the Hetchy system, their water rates are lower. And that's not because of our operations. That's because of the cost of the commodity from the Hetchy system and the cost of the major capital system rebuild that's happened over the last decade, I guess, that we're continuing to pay for. And these things have been discussed repeatedly at council meetings and finance committee meetings over the years. So on that note, I don't see any other lights. Can the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
No.
Vice Mayor Koo?
Yes.
Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois?
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-1.
Thank you. All right. It appears that let's see, where am I next?
I think you can move on to wastewater because you counted and 3 is not half. So the water rates could be adopted and they were, so you can move on to wastewater. Open the public hearing and then ask for the count and then council can have its discussion.
Great. So would staff like to present the information on wastewater collection impacts?
Yes, thank you very much. So for wastewater collection, there are a couple of key reasons for the increase. One is to try to move towards a more sustainable level of main replacement, and the other is to pay for the treatment cost increases to rebuild the infrastructure at the Regional Water Quality Control Plant that is in need of replacement. And the proposal for fiscal year 2023 is a 3% increase and then a 5% increase in each subsequent year. This chart again shows the revenue in the red line and the costs in the bars below it. The orange is the capital and debt service. And green is the collection operations costs. And then the treatment costs are shown in the dark blue and the light blue, the dark blue being the capital and debt. And you can see a big increase coming in 2027 estimated on the treatment costs. And then the treatment operations make up the majority of the treatment costs. And those are also increasing a little bit over the forecast period. Next slide, please. So the recommendation for the wastewater collection utility, together with the UAC and the Finance Committee, staff recommend that the council adopt a resolution approving the fiscal year 23 wastewater collection financial plan, including the 3% overall revenue increase that I mentioned, the transfer of $5.33 million from the capital improvements project reserve to the operations reserve. And this is really to pay for the capital improvements program with the funds that are set aside for capital improvements projects in the CIP reserve. And to increase the rates in accordance with the schedules attached. So with that, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. So at this time, we'll go to the public for comments on the water and wastewater collection and treatment rate increases. And do we have any members of the public who wish to speak?
No, sir, there are no requests.
All right. Any members of the public who wish to speak on this item need to submit right away. We have no members who have signed up. Oh, we may have Mr. Moss. Okay.
Well,
all right.
in a minute.
Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, it's Bob Moss, and I was listening to the staff comments and the presentation, and it's occurred to me that because of the environment we are having, where there's a lot less water usage in general, a lot less rain, that any increases in water rates and water processing probably should be at the low end of what's proposed. I think an increase of as much as 4%, over 4% is a bit high. And I know we've been discussing this for some time. I know the staff and the Utility Commission have talked about it. But I think at the time, back in December and January, we were getting adequate rain, and it was looking like a normal year. And now I think we're back in a drought situation. And so both the availability of water and the usage of water are changing significantly. We cut way back on the amount of water we're using on our plants. And I think a lot of other people have in this area. In Southern California, that's not true, but in Northern California, it seems to be true. So I just think that considering the environment that we're faced with, we should be looking at reducing the the additional costs and try to convince people that they should be saving money by reducing usage and not try to increase the costs for using less water and using less wastewater. These are difficult times. This is unusual. We don't have droughts every year. And so addressing the problem isn't simple. And it's very easy to just say, well, raise the rates on everybody and that'll take care of the problem. But I think we should step back a little bit and, at least for this year, make the rate increases lower and look at what happens over the next 6 months or so. Let's see if we get rain again. And if not, then we have to address the problem by not charging people an awful lot just for not having water. It's not your fault. It's not the Utility Commission's fault. It's nature's fault. Nature is fighting us, and we have to try to resist the problems as effectively as possible isn't easy. And I appreciate you're trying to work very hard to solve it.
Thank you. So I agree for a large part with what Bob Moss has just said, and I am very grateful to him for his, consistent, articulate commentary on these matters. I want to chime in and agree with him while also asking you all this question. Are rate increases the only tool that you are using in order to reduce water usage in our city? And if it is the only tool you're using to reduce water usage, what basis do you have that this is an effective means of reducing water usage? First, if you can't tell, I address this with a bit of skepticism, or at least uncertainty. I think a lot of people in Palo Alto may not be familiar with what wastewater is. And I guess I will share with them the definition I found on, Professor Internet, that wastewater comes from ordinary living processes, bathing, toilet flushing, laundry, dishwashing, and this type of domestic residential activity. So are we actually saying to our residents that residents are flushing the toilet too much? Are we saying that they're taking too many showers? What actually are we saying here? I have a feeling, and maybe it's just because of the way that we run our household, that those of us who are aware, if not sensitive to cost, that we already instruct our teenage kids and everyone else to take shorter showers, that we run large loads of laundry, not small ones, and that we're only running the dishwasher when we absolutely have to. It isn't really an activity of people unnecessarily wasting water here. That said, we know as a culture, here in the heart of Silicon Valley, that there are some very effective means, technological and, means, not technology, maybe just plumbing means of reducing wastewater, such as ensuring that we don't use potable water in our toilets, using connections from showers to toilets so that we're conserving the cleanest water for air issues where we need cleanest water. Rate increases don't address this. Please give us some thought. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have any other public speakers on this item?
No, sir. No further requests.
Okay. We have no more speakers, so we will close the public comment period and public hearing on this item. City Attorney.
Yes, I think the clerk can report on the number of written objections to the wastewater rate.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we received 2 written protests for the wastewater rates.
Thank you.
So again, not half, so the council can proceed to have your discussion and adopt the rates if you wish to do so by resolution.
Thank you. Council member questions or comments or motion? Council member Du Bois.
Yeah, I'll move the wastewater rates increase.
I'll second.
All right. And would you like to speak to your motion?
Just so we have a lot of capital projects going on, and that's behind a lot of these increases. But we reviewed these at finance, and they look necessary. So.
And Councilmember Cormack.
I agree with my colleague on the necessity of this. The rates are composed of the collection portion and treatment, correct? Both of those, staff?
Yes.
And could you just clarify for the public whether or not the wastewater charges are based on the volume of discharge from a home or or whether or not they are a flat rate?
For residential customers, they are a flat monthly rate. For non-residential customers, they are based upon, for commercial customers, they're based upon the usage from the prior winter. And for residential restaurant customers, they're based upon the prior month of usage.
Right. So usage is essentially discharge from a commercial environment.
Thank you. Yes, it would be your water usage as a proxy for your wastewater usage. Yeah.
All right. So
Because
it's
we
not
don't have-
discharge, it's input.
We don't have meters on the wastewater.
That's just something I thought might be helpful for everyone.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
And Councilmember Phil Seth. Oh, excuse me, Tanaka.
Can staff bring up the slide comparison for wastewater versus other cities? Okay, and again, which one of these own their own systems? Do all of them do?
Los Altos and Mountain View are part of our system, as you may be aware.
Yes.
Okay, so this is all apples to apples comparison with Mountain View and Los Altos being probably the closest comparison, given that they're on our system, right, that we share with them. And have do you have the same thing for commercial?
And I'm really sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you, but did you say, do we have significant commercial?
No, do we have the same kind of slide but for commercial?
Yes, we do. It's the next slide. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Do we happen to know why our restaurants so much? I mean, especially compared to Los Altos, but I guess Mountain View is not so much higher, but it's much higher. Do you have any idea what's going on?
We have looked at this and it's a little bit hard to tell, but we do have a unique mixture of restaurant, and they're not exactly the same as the restaurant customer class in the other cities, but we picked the class that we think is the best comparison to show you here. So I think that might be the best that I can do for right now, but it's an area that we want to delve into further, looking at the cost of service studies from the other cities.
Okay, and this is for the same volume?
No, not necessarily. This is just, yes. This is calculated for the same volume across each of the different restaurants, but as a class, the restaurant class in each city may have a very different volume.
Okay, and same thing on the residential slide. That's all like same kind of volume or flat rate, whatever.
It varies by city. Some of the cities recover their costs through property tax amounts. And so we've come up with an equivalent monthly amount to show what we think would be an accurate comparison of a monthly bill.
Vice Mayor Koo.
I didn't hear what you said about the rates, how restaurants are charged. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that when you mentioned it.
The restaurants, I'm sorry about that. The restaurants are charged based upon the prior month of water usage.
Prior month?
Yes.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
I'll just add, if you could pull back the slide on the residential rate comparisons. And what I just want to point out is that we have been for a long while at rates significantly below neighboring cities in San Mateo County, and they share a wastewater treatment plant amongst themselves. And I've been concerned that we've been underinvesting in our long-term capital plan and that we're now making those investments. And I'm glad to see that. So we've been basically having not only for ourselves, but for our partner agencies in Mountain View and Los Altos, East Palo Alto and Los Altos Hills and Stanford have all been getting charged pretty low wastewater treatment rates. And I'm glad that we are now making the necessary investments to upgrade and rejuvenate a plant that is many decades old. It's been overdue, and it's an important investment that we're making over the next coming years. And I want to make sure the public understands that we're making major investments that we've been talking about for a decade, and they're coming to a fruition over the next several years, and we'll see those costs passed on. But we're still very competitive rates to our neighbors to the north and most other agencies. So I see no other lights. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Councilmember Philseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
And I have to say, I have our written script, but I see now that it refers to our water rate increase, and which we have already covered. So I'm not sure what has gone on this.
We've worked our way through it. We're fine.
Okay.
And so you're now into the rates that no longer require the formal hearing. And so you can proceed as you would with any normal council item.
Great. Okay. So our next item is approving our 2023 gas utility financial plan, including proposed transfers and adopting a gas utility rate increase. Would the staff like to make a presentation?
Yes, make a presentation. Let's see, for gas, can we move to slide 16? Or 27 rather, sorry. Yep, there we go. So many numbers. So tonight we're bringing to you a 4% overall increase for gas in FY23. This is mainly due at this point in time due to we're seeing increased operations, maintenance, and CIP related costs, actually for all of our utilities. But one of the other things driving on the gas side is sales declines. Actually, maybe this will make it slightly better. Okay. My apologies. So yeah, 4% rate increase in FY23, and mainly due to decreased sales that we've been seeing, continuing decreased sales due to COVID, although sales have started to pick up slightly. So hopefully that's a good sign. In future years, we have about a 4% increase is projected through 24 to 26. Next slide, please. So really what we have here, the red line shows the revenues that we have, the capital investment, the orange bars, year by year, showing when we're doing years of active capital replacement versus planning years on the lower ones. Gas supply continues to go up. And I think as we're all quite aware, that gas supply has been some of its highest levels that we've seen, I think, in the last 15 years or so. They've started to come down slightly, but they're quite high right now. Operations costs are up partially due to gas cross-border checks, but also just, again, continuing operations costs. And transfers continue on. Debt service is a very small portion of our overall cost portfolio. And with that, we can move on to the recommendation slide. So staff and the Finance Committee, as well as the Utility Advisory Commission, request that the City Council adopt the resolution approving the fiscal year 2023 gas financial plan, up to a $3 million transfer from the operations reserve to the CIP reserve, being as this is going to be a year of planning, so we will not need, we're going to set aside money for next year's large CIP project, main replacement project, and then up to 2.766 million transfer from the rate stabilization reserve to the operations reserve, which will close out the rate stabilization reserve, has been our intention all along. This will adopt a resolution approving a 6% distribution rate increase, effectively a 4% overall, when you account for commodity being as high as it is. So, and with that, I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you. We'll go now to members of the public who wish to speak on this item. And do we have any members of the public who want to speak on gas rate structure?
Mr. Mayor, I don't have any requests to speak.
Okay, thank you. We'll return to the council for discussion and a motion. And I will move the staff recommendation.
Second.
So I don't have any real substantive comments to make, other than that I think we're moving in a cautiously prudent direction, that we held off on rate increases during the pandemic 2 years to a great degree. And we are needing to pass along the costs, including that we're seeing gas supply cost is going up, as we're aware, as a global issue as well as a local and regional issue. And Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, no additional comments, support what you said.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Can staff bring up the slide for the gas rates versus other cities?
So this slide shows current bill comparisons using October, November prices, and shows that residential, we are net about 10% below on the residential side. And for most commercial customers, we're also below PG&E, being as there are not that many, where the only other municipal entities are like Long Beach and in Southern California.
Okay, so there's not
Catalina Island.
Yes, thank you.
So there's not another local city that has their own gas utilities.
Correct.
Okay, but I would expect PG&E to be lower because, like I said before, this is an example where people are renting it versus owning it, and we owned it. So we put a bunch of capital into our gas utilities, and thus we should be recouping lower rates. So I would expect it to be lower. But actually, it's kind of interesting. So I guess the one part is summer is like 30%. That's one anomaly. I would expect it to be lower across the board.
The difference that we have there in summer is due to a difference in our rate structure. PG&E does not have a fixed monthly charge, whereas Palo Alto does. And so for lower end usage, like you would see in the summer, you would be higher on the lower end.
Okay. Yeah, I've been thinking about how to, in a case when, basically the comparison would be someone bought a car versus renting a car, right? So In the case with us, we bought the car, so our rates for that car should be lower, much lower than with someone who's renting a car. And so I look at this, and it's a bit lower. I realize that there's the commodity cost, right? That's a pretty big chunk of the cost. Can you bring up the slide again that shows actually I have it right here. I can see it right here. So the commodity cost is what percentage of the total cost for us?
So commodity cost, that's a little bit, under normal circumstances, commodity costs are about 40%, I believe, of the overall. Of course, right now supply costs are have been about a third of the overall rate. Given where we're at right now with existing supply, they've picked up a larger proportion of overall cost. So again, while the 4% is based on an average of where gas prices were right now, the actual percentage increase is going to be something closer to the mid to low threes.
Okay. And on commercial side, for 50,000 therms per month, how come that's higher?
Again, it's a difference in the fixed charges that they have versus we have. They do have fixed charges on gas commercial, but they have a declining block structure for their gas rates as well, which makes it a little bit odd on comparison.
Okay. And I assume for PG&E, there's no transfers, right?
So PG&E has for their investors.
Transfer from, let's say, PG&E in Mountain View, they don't transfer money to the city, the city government. Right?
I believe we do get a very small franchise.
I think he's talking about what would be equivalent to their investors is more equivalent.
I mean, they do pay money to their, in the way of,
I see Director Abendschein.
Assistant Director Jonathan Abendschein, Utilities Resource Management Division. There are a range of different types of taxes and transfers that PG&E pays. I think and transfers to investors and shareholders that they have. I think they're one of the challenges here with comparing rate structures. It's a very important exercise, but sometimes there are significant differences in the systems of two utilities that you compare and the consumption patterns. PG&E covers all of California, many different climate zones. I mean, not all of California, but much of Northern California, many different climate zones. And that really affects the costs and the rate structures. So this is one of the challenges, I think, with trying to make these comparisons sometimes.
Yeah. I think I understand the situation here, but I think that, to me at least, I would expect the rates to be lower than PG&E across the board. Maybe in some cases significantly lower, but I don't quite see that here, so I can't vote for this. Thanks.
Just a follow-up question on my behalf. Councilmember Tanaka had said that PG&E rents their infrastructure. Is that what you said?
No, that's not what I said. What I said is, I know a lot of times people like to compare our rate versus PG&E, but I think it's not a fair comparison because it's like looking at the monthly cost of the car for someone that, like, for instance, I own my car. I don't pay a lease payment on it or anything like that. Versus someone that's leasing a car, their monthly rate's gonna be a lot higher because
but they don't lease. They own their infrastructure. We own our portion of our infrastructure. I just don't follow your analogy.
So let me try to make it more clear to you. So the city of Palo Alto owns our own gas utilities. Is that right?
What do you think?
Okay, I guess you don't know, but I think we do own our gas utilities.
I'm quite sure, and after 6 years on the council, I'm really surprised you're asking that question.
So versus Mountain View doesn't own PG&E. That's the difference. So we own our own gas utilities. Mountain View, Menlo Park, other cities do not own their own gas utilities.
But that's what PG&E charges in Mountain View.
Correct. So,
It's not what Mountain View charges.
that's my point, is that they are leasing that service from PG&E versus for us, we own the utilities. So the difference when you look at rates is the difference between someone that owns their own car versus someone that rents a car. And so the rates for us, because we own our car, should be a lot lower than for someone that has been leasing the car.
All right. I think we're done discussion here. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Cormack. Yes. Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
motion carries 5-1.
All right. We will now move on to electric utility financial plan and proposed transfers and amendments to the reserve and the rate changes to the rate schedule. Staff like to make a presentation.
Thank you. So tonight for the electric rate proposal, we have a 5% rate increase. Again, just this last month, we've slightly seen sales go back up, or come back up to levels that we like, but we are not sure if this is a long-term trend yet, or we're hoping for good news going forward. Reserves, as we can guess, are very low right now. With the drought, we've had very low hydroelectric output, and we have plans to exhaust almost all of our hydro stabilization reserve to the tune of about 15 million, as well as possibly needing to pull about $5 million this year from the electric stabilization reserve to help keep the operations reserve within guideline levels. We activated the hydro rate adjuster effective April 1st, and given the poor reservoir levels and projected lack of any reserves coming in, the hydro stabilization reserve will continue at the 1.3 cent per kilowatt hour level. Also, what we've done for future years, we have 5 to 7% rate increases going forward. This is based, this is going to change based upon continuing hydro levels, but also we have factored in electrification measures going in, and SCAP funding going in the outer years. So we initially had 5% rate increases starting in 24 going out, but we've changed that upwards to a 6% rate increases, and that will hopefully cover the later bond measures that we're going to need with regards to system electrification. We're estimating right now, I believe, $150 million to be done over about 10 years. So as I said, we have taken loans from the Electric Special Projects Reserve. We have intentions on paying that back so that it can be used for, we have money currently in there for the AMI project that is currently underway, but also for second transmission line, as well as other future large projects, which we'd rather, we try to use our internal funds rather than going out for bonds if we can. So next slide, please. As you can see here, as I mentioned, we have the electric commodity costs have really ratcheted up in FY22 and are increasing. The revenue lines are below our total expenses, so we've been eating into reserves. We are seeing our operations cost increase as we've needed to go out and bring on contract help to help with our operations and maintenance work. We have as I mentioned, we also have a lot of capital improvement projects underway and planned to help change out all of our wooden poles, do a lot of work up in the foothills, as well as I mentioned earlier, electrification measures going forward. And so with that, I bring you to probably the longest recommendation that you will see starting on the next page. And I can read it all if you wish. So here we go. Staff of the Finance Committee request that the City Council adopt a resolution, 1, approving the fiscal year 23 electric financial plan, 2, approving a transfer of up to $15 million from the Hydro Stabilization Reserve to the Supply Operations Reserve, 3, approving a transfer of up to $5 million from the ESP Reserve to the Supply Operations Reserve, 4, approving an allocation of cap and trade funds equivalent of up to a third of rec revenue to the cap and trade program reserve, this to be spent on local decarb programs. This was approved in prior CMRs that council has seen. We also are requesting that the the Electric Special Projects Reserve, be amended such that we the dates to commit funds were technically will be ended this year. So we're requesting that that be moved out to FY25, and that the dates that those funds have to be spent will be FY 2030. Next slide, please. And for rates, we request the approval of a rate increases to rate schedules. Is it okay if I don't read them all? Okay, yeah. And there we go. I'll stop. There we go. And any questions you may have, thanks.
Okay, thank you. We'll now see if any members of the public wish to speak on this item.
Mr. Mayor, there are no requests to speak.
Okay, we have no members of the public who wish to speak. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. I find myself grateful this evening for the work that our staff has put in over, I don't know how long, past number of years, all the advanced thought that's gone into this. You know, we have a variety of reserve funds, and it feels like we're having to tap into every single one of them this year. You know, the thinking that's gone into having us be prepared for the fact that we really rely on hydro and that that's part of our rate. So I just want to, you know, offer my thanks to the staff who I know works on this day in and day out, and that's sort of things you've done in the past. And then I want to shift gears towards, you know, the recognition that, you know, we say SCAP, and I'm not sure everybody knows what we mean, which is, you know, we're going to try and convince everybody and help everybody get the gas out of, you know, their homes and their cars in this community over the next 8 years. And so I wanted to highlight what staff has done here in the out years, which is assume for the time being that we're going to have a bond that's going to finance our ability to modernize the grid, so that when people have new appliances and new cars that use electricity instead of, as someone said, fossil fuels, maybe we should take that up instead of saying gas, you know, we'll be able to accommodate it. So I want to express my appreciation. I do have one question, which is, you know, there's a lot in the news about the number 9. Is number 9 presumably the solar rate here? Did you just want to touch on that just to reassure anyone who has solar, explain any changes in that compensation rate?
Definitely. So I guess what you're referring to is the PUC's NEM3 program. Luckily, we are not really touched by that circumstance. I'd say we have already moved about as far as we can get when we charge customers for what they use and we pay back for everything that they generate. We no longer net really for our NEM to customers. If you go to PG&E, Territory, or any of the investor-owned utilities, even some of the municipals out there, they still do net. And what that netting is it creates a subsidy situation between those who don't have solar versus those who do. The NEM 3 proposal that they have going forth by the CPUC was working towards removing some of that subsidy, maybe not all, and getting more towards parity. But nothing will change with how we calculate our avoided cost and payback rates here. So.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Kennison. With that, I'm happy to move the staff recommendation.
Well, second.
Okay. Did you want to speak further to your motion?
Just to emphasize that this is, I think, you know, you can't pick a most important utility. They're all super important, but I think this is the one that's going to see the most change over the next couple of years. So people should be prepared for us to invest more.
And Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I'd like to echo a lot of the comments of Councilmember Cormack. I think, again, long-term planning for the grid modernization. And really the drought is impacting water and electric. I have one question. I'm not really sure who's best to answer it. I think it's kind of strategic again. So we're looking at a series of 5 to 6% increases, and assuming hydro remains kind of limited. How does a small utility like Palo Alto, how do we stay competitive? What's our competitive advantage in the long run on electric?
I might not be the best person to speak to this, but I can say that, we do constantly evaluate the contracts that we have, and we are going forth to look into our integrated resource plan and evaluating what our electric mix is going to be going forward and seeing how we can keep costs lower over time and, and do the best with what the world is offering to us at this moment in time.
Yeah.
So, and I must apologize. I should have defined SCAP as the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan. Slap myself for that.
I don't know. Yeah. John, if you have a comment.
So Jonathan Abachine, Assistant Director, Utilities Resource Management. Some of the competitive advantages that public utilities have. First off, public utilities are smaller and able to be more agile because they're more directly connected to their governing bodies. There's also the fact that there are not transfers to investors and shareholders, and also debt can be issued with tax advantages. That's one really significant benefit. Palo Alto has also historically committed very heavily to public power partnerships, like partnerships with the Western Area Power Administration, Bureau of Reclamation, and Palo Alto is one of the more significant customers, actually, of that federal power project, and that's been a source of advantage. And then Palo Alto has actually, Palo Alto specifically has made some particular movements on renewables that have been pretty advantageous early on. So they're just it depends on the individual utility, but there are a number of advantages that public power utilities do have.
Thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
So I was looking at the slide on page 12. So I noticed that some of the operations cost in fiscal year 2022 and 2023 started going up. It looks like a permanent increase. And I saw that it looks like contract line crew costs have gone up. Is that the main driver for that?
It is one of the main drivers that we've had to bring on a hotline crew to help with line work. Yes.
Okay. So this is what you've seen across other cities as well?
For when we're having if we cannot bring on staff internally, when we have operations and capital work that needs to be done, then yes, we need to go out and for contract crews.
I'm just wondering, is this a problem that all cities are having in terms of contract line crew?
So if a Dean Batcher, Director of Utilities, if I could add to that, Councilmember Tanaka, I've had conversations with other Northern California public utility agencies throughout the state, and they're starting to find the same problems with trying to find trained linemen. And what they're finding is they're starting to have to increase their contract costs because their staff resources, we're all biting for the same individuals, and we're trying to train the same individuals throughout. So it's getting difficult. I don't think it's any news to the council on the resource needs that we have, but we have to offset those by using these contract to do this.
Staffing budget does the contract line crew make up?
I'd say probably around $750,000. on a yearly basis.
Out of how
The
much?
cost,
Out of how much? What percentage wise?
this percentage. Is Anna or is Alex on? I'd have to get back.
Okay, maybe as you look that up, can staff also bring up the slide comparison to other cities in terms of cost or rate? And Dean, maybe you could just shout out the answer when you get it.
Yes.
Okay, so Santa Clara has their own electrical utilities?
Yes, they do. And they have a different generation mix than we do as well.
Okay. Theirs is substantially lower. Do we have any idea why? Are they doing less green or what's Berlin? Okay, Berlin natural gas. Okay, how much more than us? Do you know as a percentage?
Yeah, I am not sure offhand the percentage there. Of course, now with, that would be infinite on a percentage basis. Because we don't burn any.
I'll just add to what Eric's talking about. One of the competitive advantages Palo Alto has is the concentration of large commercial customers in Palo Alto. That does help with rates. But I will say that one city that far surpasses Palo Alto is Santa Clara in terms of the amount of industrial usage that they've attracted to their city. And I mean, the 49ers, I mean, there's a lot of heavy electrical usage down in Santa Clara. And that does create some efficiencies. It allows them to maintain their rates a little bit lower. That's one of Palo Alto's advantages as well, but Santa Clara is able to do a little bit more.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's kind of interesting to look at the rates because they sometimes are higher, sometimes they're lower. How does our rate scale in terms of more usage? I assume the more you use, the more expensive it gets, or is it cheaper it gets?
So we have inclining block rates. So the more that you use, the it's higher price.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of weird because even on the low end, right, Palo Alto is higher than Santa Clara, although not a lot higher. Because you're higher on the low end, higher on the high end. Okay, and then summertime, we are across the board worse.
We
Yeah,
have
of course,
different.
there's of course the fact that we are using more green power, so that's a factor too. Okay, do you know what percentage of Santa Clara is natural gas?
I do not offhand know what percentage their natural gas portfolio is for their generation. No.
So what would you say?
I do not know offhand.
Okay. And Dean, do you know the answer to the question I asked you earlier?
You're muted, Director Batchelor.
Sorry, this is Dave Yen, sorry, Utility Strategic Business Manager. We're still looking up the number. Give us another couple minutes.
Okay. In terms of geography-wise, do you know how big Santa Clara is compared to Palo Alto in terms of land area?
I am not sure offhand. I would have to look that up.
Any other questions, Councilmember Tanaka?
Well, it looks like they're trying to come up with the answer.
Yeah,
right now.
but we'll let them provide that later. You don't have to keep the floor during that period of time. Okay, so No, I'm sorry, if you wouldn't mind returning that slide. And I recall a year ago, we were talking about the base rates in Palo Alto being about 40% below PG&E, but it appears we're now 50% or so, and plus or minus depending on the usage rate. And that's pretty phenomenal. Santa Clara has always been really the only utility in the region that has had any lower rates than us. And other than that, we've had the lowest rates, even though we're 100% carbon neutral electricity, which is pretty phenomenal. Scheduled rate increases this year, we've seen in the press for PG&E, is it something in the neighborhood of 20%? Is that what I recall?
I hate, when it comes to PG&E, and yeah, that they've said that they're definitely going to be pushing through rate increases. I wait until it gets bandied about and changed at the last minute when it comes to the CPUC. So I always I take anything I read in the press with a grain of salt. But yes, they are advertising.
So it's likely the spread between our rates and theirs will get even broader.
Inevitably,
and
yes.
An even better deal for our customers. PG&E for their grid system transmission and the state grid. Is that embedded in the commodity, or is it, where does it show up?
Yes, the transmission cost is embedded in our commodity cost.
Okay, so when you talk about commodity, you're not talking about our power purchase agreement costs.
No.
It is the combination of that and the transmission.
Yeah, there's a few different items that get lumped into there.
So it's really commodity to our city boundary, as opposed to the purchase of the commodity, which is often the way we might think of it. Okay, and that goes into kind of future costs, because we expect transmission costs will continue to go up as PG&E is really rebuilding much of their system to prevent wildfires and other major cost structures. But it's going to be interesting because the cost of our what nomenclature do you use to describe our raw commodity cost, what we pay for our purchase agreements?
I mean, internally, I guess we would call it purchase power, and then you'd have, transmission costs, and then you have environmental. Yeah.
Okay. So I just wanted, because going forward and as part of our SCAP discussion, as we're looking at perhaps doubling or more the amount of electricity that we will need in the city to basically run our cars off electricity and run our homes off of electricity. We're looking at what those future cost increase will be, so that cost through the power purchase agreements may very well decline significantly if we look at the cost of renewables today versus what our portfolio average is. But the transmission costs are liable to go up, and we'll see how those two offset each other. So this year, when you're showing if you could, I guess it's slide number 12, and it's showing a commodity cost increase. Oh, there we go, I think. So can you break that down? Is that principally, well, first, I'm not seeing that increase compared to FY22 in the bars. Is there, in fact, an increase in commodities this year?
There is a slight increase in commodity, but we had decreased sales. So, kind of crunches that.
I see.
What you're seeing an increase here is also in the
unit cost increase in commodity, but a decrease in the volume of sales.
Correct.
Okay. Yes. That helps explain it. All right. Well, that answers my questions. I think that what we're seeing is that even as we have 100% carbon neutral electricity, and as we are looking at the future cost of grid modernization it's not just modernizing, it's doubling or more the capacity of our in-city electricity supply. that we're liable to see our costs compared to PG&E become even more favorable than we are today. And they're right now around 50% of PG&E with 100% carbon neutral. And that's a really important comparison when other cities look at, frankly, frequently I hear it all around about the praise and the admiration and the goal that they set for carbon neutral electricity as a result of just a few cities in the US who have gone 100% carbon neutral. For us to have done that at half of PG&E's cost is amazing, especially when you look at that we are sharing the same transmission costs. So we don't get a discount on that. So we're amazingly strong in those ways, and it looks like we're going to be able to continue our electrification program and increasing our electricity supply. And if anything, we may widen the gap there. Councilmember Tanaka, did you have your light on again?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to see if I know they were trying to come up with the answer, and so I was wondering if.
Yes, Councilmember Tanaka, this is Dave Yen again. So yeah, the hotline contract for FY23 is 4.7 million out of a budget of 5.9 million for contract services for electric fund. So it's about 80% of our contract budget.
Oh, but what about of the overall staff budget?
Oh, so that would be of the total utility budget or operating?
Yeah.
Or Councilmember, are you referring to how much of our line work, basically our power line work, is done by contract versus in-house staff?
Oh, sorry. How much of the contract line work is that of the total budget?
Total electric utility.
Total operation.
Yeah,
budget.
I think Anna got that. I think she said it's about 5.75%, about 6%.
Okay, it's not that much, but it's somehow driving a large part of the increase. And do you guys know how much PG&E is in terms of natural gas, or how much of their electricity is carbon free? Do you have any idea?
Sorry, one clarification. I think that 6% is only for the total budget. So if you strip out commodity, it's probably a higher percentage. We can get you that number.
Yeah.
Would you like that?
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay, hold on.
But in terms of PG&E, do we know how much of their electricity is carbon free?
I do not know that. We could look into that and get back to you on that one.
Thank you.
I was just trying to look up the PG&E in 2019 was 34% natural gas. I don't know their current mix, but they're significantly higher than us. And I will note that PG&E has 9% nuclear, and yet their rates are double ours. So on that note, I see no more lights. Would the clerk please call the roll?
I just want to add real quick for Councilmember Tanaka. The hotline is 11% of the total distribution budget. The contract services.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Koo?
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa?
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. We will now, let me make sure I'm not skipping over. It's electric utility. So we'll now move on to the rate schedules for dark fiber rates. Would the staff like to briefly make a presentation?
Staff really doesn't have much of a presentation on this. The dark fiber rates are, the EDF1 and EDF2 rates we increase annually based upon the change in December CPI for the San Francisco region. This year, that's 4.2%. That same percentage is what you'll also see in the stormwater rate coming up next. And with that, the resolution that we're bringing to you tonight is to increase the EDF1 and EDF2 rates by that 4.2%.
Thank you. And do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Does not appear we have any requests to speak.
All right. So we'll now move on to the council for any questions and motion to approve. And I will move the staff recommendation.
Second,
And I have no additional comments.
nor do I.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
Can you guys bring up the slide that has the our costs? You guys have similar graphs for the other utilities. Do you guys have a slide like that for, like you guys have like slide 28 for like gas? Do you have the equivalent slide for dark fiber?
We do not have a financial projection slide like we do for the other utilities on this one.
Oh, I don't need a projection, just what it was.
Oh, what the rate was?
Yeah, so like what I liked about like slide 28 is you show what our cost is, our revenue versus our cost, which I found very helpful. And also you show the breakdown between capital, the commodity, operations, et cetera.
Yes, we do not have any backup slides with regards to the fiber optic, unfortunately.
Okay, so let me ask you, how has our cost changed?
Have our costs changed on the fiber optic side? Give me one moment.
It may be important to clarify that this is a rate we don't want people to use, and our main rate is stayed flat.
That is correct. This rate is the it's a slightly higher rate where we escalate it annually, and we're trying to move people, get people to go on to EDF3, which is, eventually, or for a lot of people, going to be, more economically advantageous to them. So.
And that rate hasn't gone up at all.
That rate has not changed since, so what was that?
2006.
2006. Thank you.
Do we know what the cost change has been on this at all?
Are you talking about the change for these few customers? I think there's 5 customers on the EF1. I think the net change year over year with the 4.2% is like
Oh, no,
30,000.
not the price, the cost, our cost.
Oh, the cost.
Our operation cost or commodity cost.
So there's no commodity regarding to dark fiber. It's just the infrastructure that we've already built. So it's just really, I think the overall expenses for the dark fiber fund is about 2 million to 3 million, depending on CIP. And the revenue is about 4 million a year.
Okay, and has our cost changed up or down?
For CIP, it has gone up in the recent years for the rebuild, but operating wise, no. Just the regular CPI and salary benefits increases.
Okay, so our operation cost is basically following CPI, and our commodity, our CIP, you said is up by how much?
It's been up probably about a couple million in the last few years. But last year we did, yeah, go ahead, sorry.
I mean, as a percentage.
Percentage probably, it's a brand new project, so 100%, I guess you
Oh, I
would say.
see. You can't really compare.
Right.
No. Okay, great, thank you.
Councilmember Du Bois, did you have a follow-up? No? Oops. Okay. On that note, will the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And our final item is
Similar to the dark fiber, staff does not have a presentation tonight on that item.
thank you. And do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item?
Oh, sorry, I do not see any request to speak.
Thank you. So we'll now return to the council for discussion and motion. And I will move the staff recommendation.
Second,
And I have no additional comments.
nor do I.
And I'm not seeing any lights. Oh, Councilmember Tanaka.
Do you guys have a similar chart for this one or no?
We do not have anything in the presentation. I can quickly go back and refer to, I will look in the staff report provided, taken at finance on this stormwater, or see if there's anything there.
Okay. I'm on packet page 114 and 115, but there's not much detail in terms of how our cost has changed. You know, one thing I've just been thinking about is, you know, it doesn't rain here as much anymore, right? We have a kind of a drought going on. So in some ways, you think our costs would drop, right? Like I suppose you have to pay for the infrastructure no matter what, but that's just one thing I was thinking about is that there's probably less stormwater, I would think, in general.
As unfortunately, I can't speak to the stormwater fund, that Public Works. I will see if there's anyone online who can. And like I said, I'm quickly going through to the staff report.
Director Jonathan Abenshine, Utilities Resource Management. I'd agree with Eric that it would be great if we have any Public Works members on the line to speak to this, but from my limited understanding, this is a series of planned increases that were approved by voters and to rebuild the stormwater system. So it's not so much about flow and more about rebuilding infrastructure. Because these are preset rate increases, they are effectively the Public Works investment has to be done within the amount of revenue provided. So I can't speak to anything about the pace of investment or adequacy of investment, but that's my understanding of those rate increases.
Yeah, I guess, you know, that's good that the voters approved it, but I would say that, you know, we should use our judgment as well in terms of if it's needed, we need to do it, right? But if it's not needed, of course, we shouldn't do it. Do you have any idea of where things are at in terms of stormwater infrastructure?
I'm sorry, Councilmember, I missed the last part of your question. Do
Oh,
we have any
I
idea
guess,
about what?
You know, I get the idea that voters have pre-approved this, and of course, we could just do what they said, but sometimes maybe we don't have to, right? Or maybe we need to do more. And so I don't know, what is the current state of our stormwater system?
I would just note for you that the council receives an annual report. In fact, you just recently had a discussion with the Stormwater Management Oversight Committee that dives in more detail on the annual program. And that's the basis on which the city makes decisions and provides fiduciary oversight on this fund.
Well, that you. I assume since you guys recommended, you guys feel that we should spend it, but I don't know if there's more color to it than that.
Okay. Councilmember Cormack.
Just as a reminder to my colleagues, I think there are about 14 projects on the stormwater plan that the Stormwater Oversight Committee is working on. And then, of course, keeping in mind with climate change, we're likely to have additional larger precipitation events. So despite the fact we may feel we're in a drought and so stormwater isn't as big an issue, when and if, you know, we have these larger precipitation events, you know, the mayor and I, you know, serve on the JPA, we're going to need to be able to absorb a great deal more water. So I think our Stormwater Advisory Committee is doing, you know, great work there, and they're actually anxious for more funds so that they can implement all of they can advise staff to implement all of the programs. And we didn't we just do this last week? Or 2 weeks ago, whenever that was? It was a work plan?
It was very recently. I think it was a little more than a week ago.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. I believe that concludes this item, and thank you very much to the staff for presentations and the updates. And we will now consider it's at 8:45. Do we want to take a break now or after item 10? Okay. So we're running behind schedule, and item number 11 is expected to be a fairly significant discussion. So let's return by 8:55. Thank you. So at this time, we're returning to item number 10, which is the Policy and Services Committee recommendations on pending State Assembly Bills 2181 and 1984 and 2449 and 2647, 2181 involving VTA governance and the others involving local meeting procedures. So, and I see Mr. Luca, welcome.
Thank you very much.
All right. Deputy City Manager Cotton Gaines, are you kicking this off?
I am, and it will be very brief in the interest of the giant item that you have coming after this one. So thank you for your time. Myself and Mr. DeLuca from Townsend Public Affairs, as well as Mr. Philip Cami, our Chief Transportation Official, are all here to answer questions. But in brief, staff recommends support for the virtual meeting bills, which is Assembly Bill 1944, Assembly Bill 2449, and Assembly Bill 2647. Those were discussed at the Policy and Services Committee. They did not pass unanimously out of the committee, but there was overall a recommendation for support. And I know some colleagues will have some commentary this evening on those bills. And then the last one is the VTA bill, which is AB 2181. If the City Council desires to opine on that bill, which the Policy and Services Committee recommended that a council discussion would be noteworthy, we wanted to share with the council that other cities have opposed it or opposed unless amended. And so if the council are looking for consistency in that regard, there are some cities that have supported it, but there have been more that have opposed it. So Mr. DeLuca can share any other information you have about where those bills are, but in the interest of time, we'll conclude the staff presentation there. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Cotton Gaines. Honorable Mayor, council members, I'll be extremely brief out of respect for your time. The four bills, the current location as to where they are, Assembly Bill 1944 is going to be heard in the Senate Governance and Finance Committee very, very soon. As you know, that allows a member of a legislative body of a local agency to use teleconferencing without identifying each teleconference location. The next bill is almost the exact mirror image, Assembly Bill 2449 from Assemblywoman Rubio, which seeks to do the same thing, allow members of a legislative body of a local agency to use teleconferencing without identifying each teleconference location. That bill also is now in the Senate, will be heard in the Senate Governance Finance Committee. The date is to be determined. Since both bills are very similar, the two authors will need to work it out as to which legislative vehicle moves forward. And then just kind of quickly wrapping it up, the next piece of legislation is Assembly Bill 2647 from Assembly Member Levine. That too has cleared its first house. The Assembly is going to be set for committee very, very soon. Again, Senate Governance and Finance. And this legislation allows writings that have been distributed to members of a legislative body of a local agency less than 72 hours before an open meeting to be posted to satisfy the Brown Act requirements. And then as Ms. Cotton Gaines said, then the next bill is Assembly Bill 2181 from Assembly Member Berman about Santa Clara VTA. That is set for the 28th of June in the Senate Transportation Committee. Whatever decisions the city decides to make, whether support or oppose, we will work with the city on a letter and then of course share that letter with the author's office, our delegation, and then express where we're at in the committee hearings. So happy to answer any questions, want to respect everyone's time, and thank you very much.
Thank you. So before council member discussions, let's go to the public and see if we have any members of the public who wish to speak on this item. All right, we have one speaker so far, Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Did I just succeed in unmuting myself? Hello?
Yes, go
Okay,
ahead.
sorry. So, and of course, It'd be nice to get those 7 seconds back. Here's my take on all of this. I've been hearing, possibly more than anything else tonight, the interest of staff in respecting your time. I want to respect the time of our elected officials whose job it is to make decisions on behalf of our community by not providing an optimal amount of explanatory material before asking you to vote. I personally find staff presentations very helpful. And what is less helpful is the absence of staff presentation, which leads to understandable misunderstandings on behalf of the public, which then is met with snarky and condescending responses on behalf, given by one city council member in particular or more. So in these cases, what's particularly ironic about the absence of presentation of the materials is that these conversations and discussions, as far as I understand from reading the packet, have to do with processes that can impact the public's participation in our democracy. And I guess I want to say that right now, there actually is a bit of a problem here in Palo Alto, where the public, even though we have lots of 3-minute opportunities to speak, we don't get to make any actual decisions. And often we, from our perspective, I can speak for others here, and I'm not sorry, some decisions made by City Council do not appear to reflect that of the community. In these cases, I guess at least I would want to know which of these proposed measures will increase the community's ability to participate in this democracy, and which one will minimize them. Clearly, the ability to call in from Zoom, like I'm doing right now, even though I had intentions otherwise, is a pro-democracy right. It increases access of the community to government decision-making. So in that regard, when you discuss these, and again, I don't know if you're checking your email or listening to me or what, but if anyone out there is listening, can you consider maybe asking or discussing how it impacts the public's ability to interact with democracy? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we'll return to the council. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Motion. Okay, Councilmember Du Bois.
Well, I appreciate these coming. I was just surprised. How come there's no housing bills or police bills or kind of other maybe infrastructure? Seemed like a kind of limited set this year.
Great question, Councilmember Du Bois. We had brought quite a few bills to Policy and Services, and these were the ones, in addition to some that are coming on consent that bubbled up. I have to check and see which housing bills that we did bring forward, but there was a wider variety of bills that did go to committee. From a process perspective, Mr. DeLuca and I were chatting about this earlier, of just in subsequent sessions, continuing to tinker with our strategy as we go year by year, that we think will bring something to the full council in April and not just the Policy and Services Committee, just so there's an also additional opportunity if there are bills that are of interest to the full council that we haven't seen or have on our highest radar, that we are also given the opportunity for council to share those.
Yeah, I mean, again, the past couple of years, I was just kind of shocked at the ones we got this year. Just knowing how many housing bills we've seen and other kinds of bills. And the other thing I wanted to say, I noticed in the staff report that Policy and Services was unanimous on some and not on others. And I would just suggest, if you're going to bring some to council, just bring them all to council so that we don't have to pull ones off consent and then have it come back as a separate item. I think it's just better policy. If we're going to discuss them, let's just agendize it, discuss all of them. I tended to agree with the ones that you were unanimous. So I don't actually have anything to say about them, but I just think it's a better idea. So on the meeting bills, I actually don't support 1944. I do think requiring a quorum of members to be within the jurisdiction is a good requirement. And if I understood it, 2449 does that, but not 1944. And then my main question was, we locally have a limit to how many members, council members can attend remotely. Would we still be able to do that if one of these state laws pass? Could we add that on top?
Yes.
Yes, okay. So, those are the two things I think are important, that we don't develop a habit of always being remote, and that we have at least a quorum of people in the city limits, ideally in council chambers. And then 2647 seemed fine. On 2181, the VTA bill, I think we can make a lot of similar points to what Mountain View made. I think we have the busiest Caltrain station. We have a lot of people commuting by rail, and I think we want to advocate for representation in the North County. I'm not sure what the best way to do that is. This was an entirely new method. It seemed like Mountain View's letter was really maybe some tweaks to the existing method. But I think we should oppose unless amended, I guess is the phrase that Mountain View used. So thanks.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Byrd. I want to align myself with Councilmember Du Bois's comments about 1944 and 2449. It's why I voted against this. That's why it wasn't unanimous, and partially why I felt it was important for the council to consider these bills, because we had prior had disagreements amongst ourselves on how to move forward here. So I think a quorum is a minimum. I personally think it's absolutely appropriate from a workplace standpoint for us to have a set minimum, a maximum number that people can use for, personal work or health related reasons without disclosing that. So it's my hope that will make it in, but not expectation. And again, no opposition to 2647, but I also have a preference for 2449 over 1944. I'm a little surprised that we're not going to be, we might not have a unanimous support of 2181. Caltrain, Samtrans, MTC, some other regional county transportation organizations, they all have hybrid boards. Fundamentally, I think board appointments of this significance really should be made through a public, transparent process. I think the authors made a really good faith effort to address a lot of concerns. And if we have additional concerns, I'm confident that, he'll listen to them. I'd hope that we would support in concept or support with amendments, because there's a lot of improvements here in terms of rebalancing the power a bit and making sure that the people who are selected have the right expertise and the amount of time and are well trained. So that's where I am on 2181.
Councilmember Phil Seth.
Thanks. Well, I'm going to sort of go against the grain here on 1944 and 2449, which is, I think that there may be good reasons to have a quorum, at least a quorum physically present in the legislative chamber, whatever body it is. But I don't really see that as a function of the Brown Act. And both these bills are about the Brown Act. The purpose of the Brown Act is to prevent secret meetings that the public can't be aware of exactly what's going on. But given wide access to Zoom teleconferencing, it's no longer necessary for the public to be present at each location where somebody Zooms in. The meeting can be perfectly transparent if it's set up right, with both the public and the electeds anywhere they want, as long as there's equal open access via teleconferencing. And I think, this is one of these things where technology is kind of caught up. So I think we have to look at the intent of the act as opposed to the mechanics of, noticing and how that's all done, because that will change with technology. And I think, it's time to embrace technology for this, because it actually has made things more convenient for everybody. That's not to say that there's not value in having at least a quorum physically present in a single location. But I think it's other kinds of value than the Brown Act is intended for. And so I think these are worthy of support. As for 2181, this is an interesting one. I'm not sure exactly how I feel about this. I think, I see I see the two challenges with VTA as I'm not sure that geographical representation is balanced correctly, is one. And then the other one is the one that the grand jury brought up, which is limiting the pool of directors to electeds means that you may struggle to get people who are either knowledgeable about have a lot of domain knowledge in the space, or have the time to put in, or both, right? And so the grand jury saw value in expanding the net to non-electeds or former electeds and so forth. That seems like a reasonable idea to me. On the other hand, 2181 as written seems to be pretty prescriptive on how that's done, and I'm not sure that's the right answer. So I'm not sure exactly how I feel on that one.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I was with the majority on 1944. I'm with Councilmember Filthus in terms of, I think technology has made access much better. We have a lot more involvement from people that could never be involved before. Greenhouse gas. And I know a few of us bike in, but a lot of us drive in. And even if you drive an electric car, it still takes, there's still an impact to the city or to the environment. And so I think we want to make it easy for people to participate. I think we want to encourage technology innovation so that we can be more productive, both as a body, also just to be more accessible to people. So I think we want to embrace this kind of technology, make it easier, not harder. And I agree that also the Brown Act has been antiquated. It doesn't anticipate this kind of technology. I think in fact it's more transparent. I mean, right now a lot of us are wearing masks, and it's kind of hard to see our faces because we're trying to prevent the spread of COVID. And so I think it's less transparent versus if we're all on Zoom, you can actually see what we're thinking and you can actually see our expression. So, and also it's harder to talk with the mask on, right? So it's like all these kind of issues. So I don't know necessarily if in person is better, to be honest, versus Zoom. But in any case, I think I support what 1944 is trying to do. And so I think we want to move in this direction, try to make it easier for everyone. In regards to the VTA 2181, I bike a lot, but I also take public transit a lot. And so both Caltrain and VTA, I try to do that whenever possible because I'm trying to minimize my own personal impact on the environment. And I got to tell you, VTA really sucks. I mean, it's just not great. Even if you try really hard, it's really hard to use. It's not good at all. And so there's a lot of problems. Is 2181 the solution? I don't know, but it looks like it's trying to get there. But I do think that there needs to be a shakeup at VTA. I think our geographic voice is really limited, and it's pretty sad. If you just look at the map of VTA, all the routes, and you look at the routes up here, it's pretty terrible compared to what's down in the San Jose area. So it's not right. I mean, even though we pay quite a bit into it, we don't get our fair share. So definitely representation is important. And I do think it's also we need people who are qualified or and interested. So I agree with that comment as well. Because I think a lot of people don't take public transit for a variety of reasons. But if you don't take it, it's really hard to know. It's really hard to know and really hard to appreciate what's needed. So anyways, I do, can 2181 probably be better? Probably. But I think at least it's an attempt to try to solve the problem that we're facing right now.
Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you. So for the most part, I think some of those teleconferencing proposed bills. While I agree, technology has changed, the pandemic has shown us that we can do this virtually. There is also the possibility and the potential that it can be how do you say, misused and overused when the general public who elected us do expect us to be here so that they can have interaction with us. So I feel there's an obligation to our general public that we be here in order to deliberate and to discuss. And, you know, wearing mask is past part of it now, but it is something that I think that it's an obligation that we should honor. The other one about, I think it is 2647, where documents and all the meeting notes and staff reports should be placed in an area where the public can access. I think that is also a good idea. On Assembly Bill 2181, I'm a member of the VTA policy advocacy group, and there were a lot of concerns from many of the council members from other cities. There is a few matters in there that just has not been vetted out enough. For example, one of them is using ranked choice voting. It is confusing. I don't think a lot of council members or even public servants even really know what ranked choice voting is. And then the onus is put on VTA staff to be going through all of that votes, and to put that responsibility on staff where they have to go through this and then be questioned on it is going to be unfair to them. That's what I believe. Then Palo Alto is a small city. We're already a lot of times overlooked, and we have to fight for the money. I think the mayor has been doing a really superb job on representing Palo Alto and getting funding for a number of things. We're already underrepresented and or lose out a lot of times because of other members that has more votes. So with this, it makes the smaller cities even less represented. So there's a lot of other matters. We'll have less voice, you know, so this is not VTA governance is not exactly the best right now, but to have less elected officials who are versed in land use and planning and also policy and politics and negotiating with each other, it's just not vetted well enough. And I think that it even though it came out last year, between last year and this year, there was very little communication between the maker's office and himself with the rest of the councils, and it just came back around again. So I think there needs to be more deliberation on this, and also contact with more of the cities in order to see what is the best way to move forward. And so I would agree to look into the letter, writing a letter opposing it, and use some of Mountain View's points, use some of the other cities that have made an opposition, that have submitted an opposition letter. Thank you.
Well, I'll say that I think AB 2647 is good on the two Brown Act related items. While I appreciate Councilmember Philseth's point that parts of these two are not specifically related to Brown Act. issues, I think that they are nevertheless appropriate legislation with qualification. So one of the things is that if we first, I support the concept that a majority of the legislative body should be present in the jurisdiction. And I'll be willing to put some of this in a motion in a moment if we can move quickly through these things. But the second thing is that with remote participation, it's been great if, for instance, those of us who are in regional bodies, the ability to go from one meeting to another is just really enhanced as a result of remote participation, not to mention, the avoidance of an hour in traffic each way, rushing from place to place. But more importantly, that's a valuable improvement for the officials' participation. But there's nothing in these bills that I'm aware of that is linking the public being able to participate remotely if the officials are going to be able to participate remotely. And that's what I would put in support with amendment, that the public should also be able to participate like we do in Palo Alto, that if we're going to get that break, the public should have the same break. And so I'm going to go ahead and add that in a moment. I do want to state on the 2181, as Vice Mayor Koo had stated, that not only has the Policy Advisory Committee of VTA representing all the cities in the county generally had strong discomfort with this proposal. Same thing with the VTA membership and the other cities on VTA. It has a very strong lack of support from all those agencies that count on VTA. And the fact that VTA has problems doesn't in any way imply that this is in any form a solution to any problems VTA has on its service levels. In fact, as Vice Mayor Koo mentioned, it appears like it might reduce our representation. Last year's version of this bill I would describe as overly complex. This year is beyond that. It's convoluted, and it's sort of like that was a camel is a horse designed by committee. It looks like they got a committee together and came up with a three-hump camel. But I do want to say that I thought that Mountain View's letter was very thoughtful. We've been struggling with, if not this, what would be a next set of improvements? And the VTA had already, over the last 2-3 years, instituted a whole number of governance improvements, not what everybody would ideally like, but really pretty significant. And if you look at packet page 219, I just want to point out a few things that I want to, when we go to a motion, incorporate by reference to just my comments and see if we can, without going into every wordsmithing, authorize staff to compose a letter that I would sign as mayor on our position. But on the fourth bullet, it says alternate members of the board of directors will be required to attend all board meetings. I don't know anywhere where all alternates are required to attend every meeting in any agency. So I would strike that part. And they can put in encouraged to attend or just they're alternates. I mean, that's what alternates normally attend when the primary representative can't attend, and they're welcome to attend the rest of the time. And then on the next bullet, they say a member of the qualifications, a member of a policy advisory of the policy advisory committee or other similar services. We actually I think in the North County, we have guidelines that it's basically or other transportation agency or other transportation related backgrounds. I can't remember our exact wording, but something to that effect. And then under the next bullet, they talk about having 2 VTA staff members. I just want to have it clarified that's to serve the group of VTA board members, not each VTA board member. This concept's been floated around because members who have, are either from San Jose or county supervisors have staff who can really support their work. And it's a lot of work on VTA. And so that's been one concept, is to have a certain amount of VTA staff support of the board members. And then on the last bullet, it says the board member and alternate selection for each group shall be ratified by all city councils within that group. And that would imply that it's required to be unanimous approval. Well, what happens if you aren't unanimous? You go around in circles. Right now, we have a majority of approval, and that's what I'd recommend we retain. So to move things along, let's break this up, and I'll first move that we support 2647, and then on 1944 and 2449, we support with amendments. And the amendments I would propose are that a quorum within the jurisdiction, and that these remote participation by the members of the body is allowed, provided that the public also has an opportunity for remote participation. And Councilmember Cormack? That was a motion, so are you seconding?
Can I ask a question?
Okay.
Mr. DeLuca, with respect to the part about the public, based on my reading, Mr. DeLuca, isn't that already covered in these bills, that members of the public will be allowed to participate?
Absolutely, Councilmember, that's my understanding too, yes.
Okay, well, that's great. Then
I would be willing to support this without the 1944. I think if the 2449 is the one that has the quorum. 1944 is the same as 2449 without the quorum.
I'll support both. I'll second with both.
Okay. I don't need to speak anymore. Well, except that if on 2449, you say does not currently require a quorum. Is that correct? Or does?
It does, and 1944 does not.
Okay, so what I would just want to do, if I didn't get a chance to see that detail, but basically for both bills, support them provided those two conditions is what, and if it's already in there, then it's redundant. Just for expediency to not have to sort that out. Councilmember Philseth?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. And as far as the remote participation of the public, I think that's, I hope that's in these bills, because I think that's essential. If you don't have that, you don't have transparency.
Okay, and anyone else wish to speak?
What is the motion for 2181?
It's not yet part of this motion. It would be a separate motion.
Yeah, so you raised the second bullet point.
Yeah. Sorry. Oh. Okay. Councilmember Tanaka.
So for the first, for the second bullet, first sub bullet, I don't support that. So perhaps you could split that part out.
What did you just say?
So for the second bullet,
yeah,
for this first sub bullet of the second bullet, I was wondering if we could split that out, because I don't support that part.
All right, very well. All right, so let's vote first on the first sub bullet of those two. Councilmember Cormack.
I'm not sure it's severable, since 2449 includes that as a requirement. It includes the quorum, so I don't think we can separate them out.
Okay.
Perhaps the city attorney would like to help us.
Plus, if I can chime in, I think this is going to produce a letter, right? There's going to be one letter. There's not going to be two letters. So at some letter point, we're going to have to vote thumbs up or thumbs down on the whole letter.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's not separate them. I think they're not separable, and just vote, and it's not the end of the earth here. All right. I see no other lights, so let's vote on this part.
Councilmember Philseth? I'm sorry. Thank you. Councilmember Tanaka? Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois?
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
There we go.
Okay, and then on 2181, the motion would be to oppose unless amended, and to propose the modifications in the Mountain View letter with the approximate changes that I spoke about previously on the background qualifications, the requirements. I'll just verbally state them. Well, okay, we can put them in there. That we deleting requirements for alternates to attend all board meetings, and deletion of a unanimous requirement for selection of board members and alternates. And does anyone wish to speak on that? Councilmember Du Bois.
So I just wanted to confirm the understanding of what Mountain View is proposing. So if I read this right, they're saying continue to use the groups we have today. And how many board members does that account for?
That is 12, I believe.
Because it seemed like they were adding these 2 ex officio members.
Right.
As part of the 12.
So I think that's in addition to the 12, to ex officio.
Well, the first bullet point says 12 members, 6 alternates.
Right. And then when they talk about, those are full board members, I believe. So we can just clarify that that's the intent, but that's that's how I read it, is that they would be adding to a ex officio
So they're
members.
keeping it
We
all-
actually already have one of ex officio member who is the MTC rep.
So they're keeping it all electeds plus 2 ex officios.
That's my understanding.
And sorry, this is Philip Kemi, Chief Transportation Official, and I would concur with that understanding that 2 ex officios are not included in the 12 members.
And they're excluded from closed sessions. So they're kind of
Correct.
like observers.
Correct. Well, more than observers, they would be participating in the debates and discussion. My interpretation is that they would not be voting and not be in closed sessions.
So the 12-member board would vote to appoint these 2. Is that the way that?
Yeah.
So the county doesn't get representation like under Berman's proposal.
No, it would be, as I read it, it would be the board itself who would vote on the 2 ex officio members.
Okay. Just want to make sure I understood that.
Yeah. Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, as I read the Mountain View letter, again, it's a little bit complicated too. It seems to me that the Mountain View letter cleans up a lot of the convolution and complexity from the text of 2181, which is good. But it still looks to me that the directors are supposed to be elected officials. There's not the provision that they can be a former elected official, for example, or a domain expert or something like that. So it doesn't seem like it fixes that problem with governance. And the other problem of governance, which is the geographical distribution, it doesn't address that either. So do we really want to support it in its current form, or do we want to even amend that a little bit?
Well, it depends on how much change we really think is necessary. And I think we could go into all these different aspects of it and debate those as have been discussed at the bodies that have looked at this. Frankly, I think that in the net, it's better to have it as elected officials. There are arguments each way. I don't think there's a problem there that this is really, that the 2181 as proposed is solving in that regard. So, but those are, some of those are flip of a coin on what's better, good arguments on either side. I just thought that the Mountain View recommendations would take the circumstance we have and without radically changing it, make some significant improvements.
Well, the main difference, am I reading this right? The main difference is the two ex officio members? Is that the main thing? Or is there more?
Well, that's
today?
a significant, let's see. There were some staff support.
And Mr. Kami is prepared to follow up on that as well.
Sorry, can't hear you.
Mr. Kami unmuted. Did you have something to offer, Philip?
Well, no, just other than going through these same bullets, it's the providing the training and the making sure that there's a commitment and experience. Commitment, as you mentioned before, was one of the that alternate members need to attend all the meetings as the board may deem appropriate, and the committee meetings. The VTA staff assigned to the directors from the cities to assist them, and the selection criteria for the elected officials from the groups established by the current agreement amongst the cities. So that's the no change there.
Yeah. So they're basically modest changes, and
yeah. Well, okay. So I don't see anything. Thank you very much. I don't see anything wrong with it. It's better than the 3-hump camel the mayor described. So I'm not sure how far forward it goes in addressing the governance issues on VTA, but I don't see anything wrong with it.
Okay. I see no more lights, so let's vote on the motion.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Is somebody going to second first?
Oh, nobody second?
I'll second it.
Did you want to speak to your second?
No.
Okay. All right, now vote.
Councilmember Tanaka?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku?
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack?
No.
Councilmember Filsa?
Yes.
Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-1.
Okay, thank you. That concludes this item. And we will now go on to item number 11. Revenue generating ballot measures. First, discussion of affirmation of the natural gas utility transfer. And second, a business tax, not a new one, but a first ever. Mr. City Manager,
Sure.
Are you kicking it off?
Let's see. And noting the time, I think we're going to try to find a way to facilitate or expedite our walkthrough of the introductory section. That said, we do have some substantive information, in particular from our consultants, that we'd like to share. So why don't we go to the next slide, please? Again, just to note, we've got a number of pieces to the item here this evening. Let me just note this as a reference slide, and we'll get a couple more in and provide a bit of an overview for what we want to try to accomplish this evening. Next slide, please. Let's see. So here for tonight, again, we're scheduled here. Here we are on the 13th of June. We are also scheduled on your agenda for next week, the 20th. We have a number of elements for this evening's discussion. Notable here, key policy questions that are posed and we will review. We've got some elements such as the rate and characteristics of the business tax measure in particular that we'd like council feedback on. We have prepared a draft resolution of intent for your consideration, and then subject to your discussion this evening, would return for final action with you this evening. Would note as we get into the particulars here, we have had ongoing discussion with members of the business community that I believe you'll hear some of their specific feedback. So rather than dwelling on this at this point, let's proceed and we can discuss some of the specifics as they come up in your discussion. Next slide, please. All right, with that, I'll hand it over.
Thank you, City Manager Shikata. Hi, Christine Paras, Assistant Director of Administrative Services. The next series of slides, I want to just briefly go over community service and community survey and focus group input. So we've integrated substantial and extensive direct stakeholder outreach. As a result of that outreach and feedback, we've listed the highly ranked priorities in order on the slide. We've received over 433 responses to the community survey that was available online and both in mail, and conducted over 6 focus group sessions and a listening session. I'll now turn it over to Dave Metz, who is our from FN3, who conducted our poll. Dave?
Thank you, Ms. Pross. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Dave Metz with FM3 Research. Pleased to be with you tonight to review the results of our third and final survey, assessing support for the potential revenue measures that you see before you. If we can move to the next slide. And actually one more. Here you'll see a summary of the methodology of our most recent slide. As you'll remember, throughout the first few months of this year and end of last year, we conducted 2 prior surveys asking respondents about their perceived need for additional revenue to fund city services, their support for ratifying the current practice of transfers from the utility fund, and potentially supporting a new tax on businesses in the city of Palo Alto. The results of those surveys and prior council direction led to the development of this third and final survey, where we tested specific ballot measure concepts, testing actual model ballot language, and then some arguments for and against to see how voters would react to them. The methodology of the survey was identical to the prior 2 that we've conducted, a mix of phone and online interviews conducted with likely voters within the city, 463 in the case of this survey. So to start with, just a little bit of context. We opened the poll, as you'll see on the next slide. Actually, I think it's 2 slides ahead. Yeah. With a question asking thoughts in the headed in the right or on track. This is a standard introductory question that we've used in most of the surveys we've conducted for the city over the past decade. And as you'll see on the next slide, for the first time in recent years, we have a plurality of local residents who believe that things in the city are on the wrong track as opposed to headed in the right direction. Technically, the shift is within the margin of error from what we've seen over the course of our last few surveys, where we've had a narrow plurality who view things as headed in the right direction. But obviously, the trend over the course of the last couple of years is in a more negative direction. And as I've noted, Palo Alto is still ahead of many other Bay Area cities where we have seen those wrong track numbers significantly higher. Certainly in larger, denser urban areas, that is the case. But the same factors that drive those sentiments in other cities, concerns about homelessness, concerns about the cost of living, are certainly present here in Palo Alto as well. So in that context, we then presented respondents with 2 potential revenue measures that the council is considering for the November ballot. If we move ahead 2 slides. The first presented respondents with a ballot language for a potential business tax. You'll see the ballot language that we tested here. For half the sample, we tested a tax rate of 10 cents per square foot on commercial properties. For the other half of the sample, we tested 12 cents per square foot with a variety of exemptions included, indicating the amount that the measure would raise each year. This is language that was developed with the guidance of the city attorney, so it meets the legal standards. Respondents were presented with this language at the beginning of the poll, or the language for the utility fund transfer measure, and I'll show you that in a moment. They were presented in rotated order so that we weren't getting any bias from presenting one measure before the other. As you'll see on the next slide, we had numbers that were comparable to what we've seen in past surveys, with roughly 3 in 5 voters indicating they would vote yes. We actually had a slightly higher level of support for the 12-cent rate than the 10-cent rate, although I would note that that came almost entirely in the categories of voters who said they would probably vote yes or lean in that direction. The definite yes vote was the same. And what this suggests, and certainly later questions in the survey where we repeated the differential rates, there was no real meaningful statistical difference between the two. Voters are supportive of either, certainly no loss in support when we look at the 12-cent version. But even for the 10-cent version, the striking thing here is that only 1 in 5 voters indicate that they would definitely vote yes. So there's a lot of voters who are inclined to be supportive, but have some hesitation, something that's keeping them from fully committing to that position. The next couple slides highlight some of the demographic differences in responses to this question, combining the two tax rates. And nothing very surprising here, very consistent with prior surveys. Very strong support among Democrats in Palo Alto, who make up the solid majority of the electorate, 75 to 22. Independents are narrowly supportive at 55 to 39. And then Republicans are opposed by a margin roughly equal to the margin by which Democrats are supported. On the next slide, when we break the responses out by gender, you'll see we have more support from women than from men. There's an 11-point gender gap there, with more than 2/3 of women in favor and about 3 in 5 men. And then when we look at the results on the next slide, by age, you'll see the strongest support comes from voters under 50, 80% of whom indicate they would vote yes, with roughly half of voters in the 50 to 64 age range and in the 65 plus age range expressing support. Obviously, this is worthy of note. As we saw in this week's primary election, voter turnout was very low. While ballots are still being counted, it appears that turnout among those younger voters was particularly lower than was the case among older voters. So the degree to which those voters can be counted on to show up in November, I think, is somewhat in question. Obviously, a long time between now and then for turnout patterns to settle, but certainly not a lot of signs of excitement and animation among younger voters in this Tuesday's election. So then, as you'll see on the next slide, we also tested the concept of a utility fund transfer ratification. Again, we tested a draft ballot question, working in tandem with the city attorney and her recommendations to make sure that the language conformed to legal requirements, describing continuing the city's practice of making transfers from the natural gas utility to the general fund to support general city services. And again, 59% indicated they would vote yes, 30% indicated that they would vote no. But as is the case with the business tax measure, support is very tentative. About 20% indicated they would vote yes, or definitely vote yes, and about twice as many indicated some hesitation in their yes vote, saying they would only probably vote yes or are leaning in that direction. As we saw in prior research, this concept is inherently somewhat confusing to voters. And so I think just based on the ballot language, many aren't quite sure what to make of it. We have seen in other research when you give voters a plain English explanation about the city's existing practice and note that this measure is simply a ratification of what the city is already doing, support tends to increase. But they don't necessarily draw those conclusions from the ballot language itself. So we continue to see a lot of hesitance in the initial support that voters are expressing. Moving quickly through the next couple slides, looking at some of the demographics here, very similar to what we see for the business license tax. Solid support among Democrats, slightly lower among independents, some opposition among Republicans, although the polarization by party is not as great as what we see with the business tax. And then when we look at support for the utility fund, as you'll see on the next slide, by the support that voters are offering for the business tax, you'll see that there is a fair amount of overlap between the two, but not a perfect correlation. About 2/3 of those who support the business tax also support the utility fund transfer, but about half of those opposed to the business tax support the utility fund transfer. And then among the undecideds, very small subgroup, don't want to read too much into that, but there's a fair number of undecideds on the business tax who are supporting the utility fund. So these two measures do have substantial overlap, but they are not directly correlated. Although the numbers are similar, it is different voters who are voting for one or the other. And because of that dynamic, we had a follow-up question that we included in the survey, which you'll see on the next slide, where we prompted voters after they'd heard both ballot questions in whichever order, and we're aware now that there were 2 measures on the ballot and had heard the language of both. We asked them to indicate how they thought they would vote, knowing that both measures were on the ballot. For both measures, for only one of the 2, or against both measures. And as you'll see here in the context of this question, support for both measures drops to about half of voters polled. Now, I want to note that this is a very tough question to ask voters. It is kind of prompting them and suggesting to them that they should in some way pick and choose between the 2. It's kind of planting that thought in their minds. And as we saw earlier, most voters' instinct, 60% of them was to vote yes on each. So this is perhaps provokes a little more resistance when you ask the question this way than would be the case if voters were just evaluating the 2 measures side by side on their own merits. Nevertheless, it is certainly possible that particularly if opposition campaigns form to either measure, that kind of picking and choosing may be prompted by some of the community dialogue around the measures. And given the softness of support for each one in the initial vote, that's a concern. And I think this question shows the potential for some drop-off in support for each measure if they're kind of pitted one against another rather than seen as being complementary. So our next series of questions then focused on a variety of structural elements of the business tax. We've asked about a number of these things in prior surveys, but we had a couple of questions here that focused on areas that we had a series of questions that asked about the financial structure of the measure, potential exemptions, phasing the measure in, the basis on which the tax will be calculated, items like that. All the items you see on this first slide are items that majorities of voters indicated they would support. And particularly those at the top of the slide, if you look at those dark green bars, are items that have substantial, strong support from voters, including exempting seasonal businesses, grocery stores, the first 5,000 square feet of each business, and the notion of having a tax remain in place until ended by voters, having it be an ongoing tax. All of those are things that roughly 3 in 5 voters back and more than a quarter indicate strong support for. There's also majorities in favor of phasing in the tax over a 2-year period, basing the tax on businesses' square footage, and reducing taxes for hotels by the amount they already pay in hotel taxes, since there's a separate category of taxes in place for that segment of the business community. The next slide shows items that were somewhat more, a little bit more divisive for voters in terms of the support they offer. A lot of these are focused on the tax rate itself. And you'll see the one element of the rate that is popular with voters is limiting the annual increase for inflation to 5%. So having a cap on annual inflation adjustments, 62% of voters favor by a ratio of roughly 3 to 1. All the remaining questions, which were focused on either the 10-cent or the 12-cent tax rate, indicating how much of an increase in costs this would cause for local businesses. All of these things fail to get majority support from voters. They're somewhere in the 30s or 40s, depending on how it's expressed. But obviously the tax rate itself is not the thing voters are most enthusiastic about. It's knowing that there's going to be exemptions for businesses that they feel some support for. And then obviously where the money will go. And if we look at the next slide, that was the focus of our next question. We offered the respondents a list of different ways that money raised by the measure could be invested and asked them to rate the importance of each potential use of the money. The dark green bars show the proportion that rated each as extremely important, the light green as very important. And so you'll see the top rated items on the slide include responses to crime, whether violent or property crime. 3 in 5 voters view those as very important uses of the money. Just below that are outreach and supportive services for people experiencing homelessness, building affordable housing, and then safe crossings for traffic and pedestrians at Caltrain tracks. Those are all items that majorities rated as being at least very important. So the final section as we move to the next slide, asked the respondents about messages that might be conveyed by supporters and opponents of a business tax. As you'll see on the next slide, we offered respondents a series of pro arguments and a con argument. We presented them in rotated order. You'll see here how voters responded after hearing each set of arguments, after the positive arguments, and by the way, all the other information about the structure of the tax that we went through. Support for the measure stood at 62%. So it was actually a little bit lower, and I think some of that has to do with introducing the utility fund and talking about how the tax itself might be assembled and applied. But then the key number here is after the negative message, support drops to 50% with opposition at 44%. And that indicates that a message from opponents is capable of reducing the measure to close to a dead heat. Although after voters hear both sets of messages in whichever order, it ends at 56-38 in favor. So the margin goes from 2-1 when we started, 64-32, down to an 18-point margin, 56-38, after voters are exposed to messages on both sides. And note that throughout the poll, that dark green bar, the proportion who said they would definitely vote yes, remains no more than about 1 in 4 voters. So that's an indication that there's just a lot of hesitance among voters to commit to a vote on the yes side, as much as that is their general instinct. And that's an indication that the nature of the campaigns that might be waged for or against the measure in the community are likely to have some impact. And you'll certainly see that in the numbers here. So the next couple of slides review the messages that we tested and the impact of those messages. Over the course of the survey, because we asked voters to indicate 3 different times how they would vote on the business tax, we can segment them into 3 groups based on the consistency of their support. We have a little over 2 in 5 who indicate they would vote yes every time we ask them, about a quarter who indicate they would vote no each time. And that leaves about a third of the electorate that are either consistently undecided or switching positions on the measure over the course of the survey. Obviously, neither side has a base that equals 50% support here, which means that some segment of those swing voters can determine the outcome of the measure. There are more base supporters than there are base opponents, but enough voters who are persuadable that the measure could go either way. And you'll see on the next slide the demographic subgroups that are disproportionately likely to fall into one or the other of these categories. The base supporters of the business tax tend to be younger, Democratic, a little bit more female. They include renters and more likely to be white. The committed opponents tend to be Republican, male, over 50, over 65 in particular, and college educated. Also includes older and male independent voters. And so then there's a swing group in the middle. The small subset that own a business in Palo Alto is among that swing group. And then female voters in particular, independents, Asian and Pacific Islander voters, all tend to be ones who are disproportionately in that middle category. What are the messages that produced the movement that we've been discussing here? As you'll see on the next slide, when we offered voters a list convincing. One argument had more than 40% rating it as very convincing, which is the standard we usually look to as an indication of a highly effective message. And that's one arguing that the current amount that businesses are charged isn't fair given the variation in size of businesses within the city and the need for additional revenues for some critical city services. Comparing the city of Palo Alto to some of its neighbors and other cities in the region in terms of what they charge is also a relatively effective message, as is one clarifying that this is a tax on businesses and not on homeowners. As you'll see on the next slide, we also you can look at these results not just with the very convincing, but with the somewhat convincing added on. And at least all of these messages were at least somewhat convincing to 3 in 5 voters polled. About 3 in 5 voters were supportive to begin with. So these messages are reaching relatively few of the voters who were initially undecided. And obviously, even some of the supporters are reacting a little more tepidly to these messages, rating them only somewhat convincing in most cases. And again, I think that speaks to the fluidity that we see in support for the measure and the impact that arguments on either side potentially can have. And then finally, if we move to the next slide, you'll see the language of the opposition argument that we tested here, arguing that the cost of living and inflation are out of control. We already have rents and taxes that are among the highest in the nation. can't afford a business tax this size. It's open-ended. It's a forever tax with an automatic tax escalator that will be in place every year. And because it's a general tax, giving the city a blank check for hundreds of millions of dollars. And as we saw, that argument in isolation reduced support to 50%. So it was pretty compelling for voters when they hear it. So that takes us to the conclusions. We can move ahead. So you'll see at the end of the poll, we did revisit the utility fund question one last time, although the structural questions and the messaging we tested in the poll were focused on the business tax. We wanted to assess whether it would have any spillover impact on the utility fund transfer measure. And at the end of the poll, that measure remained with the same 59 to 30 vote that we started with, although the certainty of voters' support for the measure eroded a little bit further. It went from 20% definite yes to 16%. So still lots of voters, again, saying they're in favor of the measure, but not fully committed to voting for it after they've heard the back and forth embodied in the poll. So that will take us to the bottom line. If we move ahead to the next slide, you'll see the conclusions listed here. In the interest of time, I won't belabor these, but essentially, as we have seen in past surveys, there is broad conceptual support for establishing a business tax. Starts out at about 2 to 1 with about 3 in 5 voters in favor, but that support is consistently soft. And it is relatively fluid over the course of the survey, with a significant number of voters shifting their opinions as they hear the arguments pro and con. And while there is also support for utility fund measure, it's also relatively soft. So we start in a position where both measures look viable from the perspective of voters' initial support, but a lot will really hinge on the nature of the pro and con campaigns that community groups may wage if the measures are put forward, given the degree to which voters do seem to be open to changing their minds. So with that, I will hand it back to the city manager.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Metz. The next few slides, we're going to kind of breathe through and give you a structure of the current proposals in place for the 2 ballot measures. Next slide, please. The first being the affirmation of the natural gas transfer. This measure affirms the city's decades-old practice of transferring funds to the general fund from the gas fund. And most municipal utilities in California have such transfer and are to fund government services, and many have sought after voter or are seeking voter affirmation of these transfers. Next slide. Services funded by the natural gas transfer in alignment with the 2-year budget strategy and recommended in our 2023 budget. We recommend restoration of these services. However, ongoing funding is needed to maintain these services. These services include police, 911 dispatch, fire, medical response, community services, and libraries. These services will most likely be cut if this transfer is not affirmed. Next slide. The second measure, the business tax. This slide outlines key components, elements of the tax structure as directed by council. Offsets and credits for the sales and use tax and TOT remittals are discussed in the staff report and later in this presentation. Next slide. The resolution of intent for spending priorities. Staff has drafted this resolution and included in your report. And these service areas were directed by council, and they are new and enhanced services, train crossing safety, affordable housing and unhoused services, and investments in the downtown cores, streetscape, and pedestrian plaza. Next slide. So now this is getting into the discussion and presentation of additional refinements of the business tax. We are going to outline key policy questions that we're seeking direction and guidance from the council this evening, in hopes that next Monday, staff can prepare documents to place one or both measures on the ballot for As directed by council on April 25th, staff has prepared two elements of additional research and analysis. First, the sales and use tax offset. Staff reviewed this offset and looked at business to business sales tax activity as provided by our sales tax consultant. We looked at this type of business activity since this is the most likely category that would represent the potential sales tax offset. The impact of this would be approximately 1.3 million to 3 million across all businesses in the city. The second piece that we looked at was the TOT remittal offset impact. If you recall, in our initial modeling, we assumed a exemption for hotels, and that is included in the estimated revenue here on the slide. And looking at a TOT offset rather than a exemption, this would result in an additional tax revenue to the city of about 200,000 to 300,000 annually. Next slide. This information is not included in the staff report. However, staff thought it was could provide additional context of potential businesses that are impacted by the business tax. And this is for your consideration tonight as you look at key elements of the tax. We organize square footage by sector in the table on the right. And approximately 1/3 of the businesses in Palo Alto would be exempt under the 5,000 square footage exemption. For office, flex, and industrial spaces, the majority of taxpayers would fall under the 20,000 to 100,000 square footage range, and only 2 businesses in the city would be in the 500 plus square footage range. For retail and restaurants, the majority of the businesses are exempt under the 5,000 square footage exemption. The next highest percentage of total square footage are within our regional shopping centers. Next slide. On this slide and in greater detail in our staff report, the ordinance has been crafted using staff's recommendation, which has been informed by our outreach efforts and focus group feedback. We've provided in the staff report alternatives to these recommendations, and staff is seeking direction tonight from the council on these policy questions, which include the effective date of the tax assessment, treatment of vacant property, calculation of square footage for multiple locations and facilities for businesses, how residential property is treated, how property management businesses are treated, and offsets and credits. Next slide. And we're nearing the end of our presentation. I wanted to go over major milestones coming up between now and November 2022. One of the main critical ones coming August 12th is submittal to the county registrar voters documents to place one or both of these measures on the ballot. That is contingent upon staff receiving direction from the council tonight to refine key policy questions that we presented in staff's presentation. That is so that we can prepare documents for next Monday to submit to the county registrar. And it's important to note that once council votes to place these measures on the ballot, staff will transition to a fact-based informational only status in alignment with election laws. So as our Mr. Metz has noted in his presentation, it is likely that over the late summer, fall timeframe, campaigns that are either support or oppose these measures, you will be hearing from them. So it's just important to note that we as staff will be providing information only at that point. If these measures are passed in November, the gas measure will be effective immediately since it's already in place and in practice by our city. As far as the business tax, if that is passed by voters, the first collection is likely to be no earlier than January 2024. Next slide. Staff has drafted a motion here, and in order for us to return next Monday with documents to submit to the county registrar, we wanted to include a starting point here that includes our recommendations for further refinement. Our staff report goes into discussion of these key policy questions and also considers any alternatives that you wish to discuss. That concludes our presentation. Please let us know if you have any questions or feedback.
Thank you. So before going to members of the public, are there any technical questions? It's given the hour, I'd like to get to the public as soon as possible. Councilmember Du Bois.
Hopefully, 3 quick ones. On the survey, did we test pro and con messages for the utility transfer itself?
We did not in this survey. We only tested them on the business tax.
Okay. And on the table you just showed on slide 44, actually, it's not really a question. I guess I figured it out on the percentages, but it'd be great to be able to know the number of businesses in each size, if that's something maybe staff can have ready for later tonight. So how many businesses are there between 0 and 5,000 and 5 to 10? Does that make sense?
We don't have that data aggregated like that tonight. We do have the count by the sizes at actually, frankly, I think a more granular level in a prior staff report. We can find that reference, but we don't have it in this visual representation.
Right. I know we had it by square footage, but it'd be great to see a count of the number of businesses.
Sure, let us see if we can find a reference in a prior report.
Yeah, I was looking today. And third one, it seemed like the motion was, the council motion was to phase in the tax rate over 2 years. But when I read the ordinance itself, it looked like it was over 3 years. Like the full rate didn't start until January of 2025.
That's not the intent, so let us look at that real quick.
Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
The ordinance, as you just noted, it wasn't staff's intent to have it be a 3-year phase-in. So let us look at the draft uncodified section really quick to confirm that while we go through questions.
Yep.
But thank you for drawing that to our attention.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I have a question on slide 12. This was the FM3 research. Can someone bring that up, please? Okay, so I noticed on this slide that it said at an annual rate of 10 or 12 cents per square foot. I thought we were doing 10 cents or 12 cents a month. Is it annual or is it monthly? Because this says annual. And what did you ask on the phone? Did they think it was an annual rate or was it a monthly rate?
This was the ballot question that we tested in the survey.
Okay, so
we did have follow-up questions where we expressed the rate in a variety of different terms and asked people about it.
Okay, because I think the survey probably went out then saying it was a annual rate of 10 cents per square foot, right? Which is very different than 10 cents per month, right?
Yeah, this was the language of the ballot question that we had. I'm just double checking in the survey itself.
Okay, because I think that would really kind of throw off results, no? If people think it's annual versus monthly.
I mean, I will say we have asked this question, council member, in a variety of different ways in all the previous surveys, and the results have been very consistent in the same range with all the different formulations. So, you know, my hunch is that voters don't have a lot of context for what businesses are actually paying, and so that word may not have stood out to them. Certainly, it doesn't appear to have in comparison with other questions where we've asked it in a variety of different ways, including specifically saying monthly.
Okay, because I would think the impact is pretty dramatic here, right? At least to the city, if it was annual versus monthly. So, anyways, it's just something that was concerning to me when I saw that. So, are you able to confirm what did people see when they, you know, I assume a lot of people did this on the web. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah, this was the ballot question that we tested.
So this was the literal question that they saw on the web when they answered it?
It was.
Okay. So was this intentional or was this a mistake?
I'd have to go back and look at our correspondence as we were refining the ballot question.
Okay. Because this is equivalent to like 1 cent a month or something like that, right? Or less.
Yeah, although we do have questions later on in the survey where we ask about monthly rates being what is charged. And as you see later on in the survey, there's a lot of ambivalence when we sort of narrow it down to exactly what the rates are and how much they would cost per month. So that was information that was clarified for voters over the course of the survey.
Okay. Yeah, because if I was reading this and I was a voter, I would be thinking that you're talking about 1 cent a month or less, right? That's what I would think you're talking about here. Which to me doesn't sound like a lot, but if it's 10 cents or 12 cents, that might be a lot of money.
Yeah, as I say, I mean, the later questions in the survey were very specific about the what it would cost on a monthly basis, and then how much of an increase in what businesses are paying would be entailed. So that was laid out very specifically for the voters by the end of the survey.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand if this was
These are just technical questions. It's getting argumentative. We get your point, and I think it's valid.
Okay.
Councilmember Cormack.
And I'm sorry, Mayor, before Councilmember Cormack goes, if I might, before I take her time, answer Councilmember Du Bois's question. And I believe you found, thank you, a typo in the ordinance on that uncodified section. So packet page, that's true, it's not uncodified, it's the rate section. It's packet page 304, section 40B says beginning January 1, 2025. And that is the rate when, to your point, council was assuming an effective date of January of 2024, which would mean the second tranche would be effective January of 2025. But based on the revised direction from the council, we switched 40A and didn't catch 40B. So based on council's direction, 40B should be 2024, if that's council's intention.
And then the CPI would move up a year or two, right?
Correct.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Byrd. 2 questions on the slides. Slide 24, I think this is probably for Mr. Metz. I don't understand the difference between the first statement and the 5th. They seem like different ways of saying the same thing. We got really different answers. Any commentary on that?
Yeah, so this is a 4-way split sample where we were testing 10 cents versus 12 cents and then 2 different ways of expressing each one.
Okay.
So each of these has a 10% margin of error associated with it. So when you look at these numbers here, really they're all sort of in the same range of one another statistically. Basically what they're saying is that we've got about half of voters, a little bit less, who are telling us that they're comfortable with the tax rate. And then you've got roughly 1 in 3 or a little bit higher, a little bit lower, who are expressing some discomfort with it. And
Okay.
as we discussed in prior meetings, that's not uncommon when you isolate the tax rate and separate it from where the money is going. Voters tend to be more ambivalent about it than they are about the end goals that money is being put toward.
And is there any difference between 1 and 5 on that, which is really about either we're limiting it to 5% or we're adjusting it up to 5%?
Yeah, those were just two different ways of expressing
Okay.
what it is. I mean, essentially, it's sort of the glass being half full or half empty, right? One can consider 5% a cap, or one can consider it the allowing up to 5% increase per year.
Just
So
seemed
we
like
asked
really big difference between the strong support. Okay, so it's the same policy decision, just described differently.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's to get at that question of whether, you can consider a cap a limit, or you can consider a cap an allowance of an increase. And so it's just seeing how voters react to it when it's framed each way.
Got it. Thanks. My next question is on slide 44. Very helpful. Beginning of the conversation. Can you just help me understand what the percentages are? Because they don't add up though. Is there some other category that isn't office or retail? Or what am I missing here?
The category that's not included is hospitality.
Oh, hospitality. Okay. So there's some sort of like missing third column that would add up to 100%. Okay, great. That's on slides. Then in the packet, thank you so much for all the details on how this would be administered. Super helpful. Question I had about vacant space. Would it be, because we'll be assessing this on a quarterly basis after the first year, would there be any option for people to prorate? I can imagine that the space will be either vacant or not vacant partway through. Would we prorate for vacancies, or had you already thought about that? A proration?
Well, the concept and the basis for the quarterly, what do we call it, calculation, was to avoid the proration. So it's effectively done 4 times a year, and it's a point in time.
Okay, so the quarterly essentially achieves the proration. Okay, got it. And then finally, on packet page 300 in the supplemental packet about people reporting the category of business, would we be supplying business categories? Would that be sort of like a drop down thing? I mean, we ran into this with the business registry, like it just wasn't addressed, and I'm sure staff's already thought about it.
One of the ways we'd like to address it is using the NAICS code.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and go to members of the public. Thanks, everybody, for hanging in this late.
While we wait for members of the public. Oh, sorry. I'll go later.
Okay, our first speaker is Bob Moss, to be followed by Hamilton Hitchings. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. As you probably know, Palo Alto is the only city in California that does not have a business license tax. Even residential cities like Atherton and Los Altos Hills have it. And it's long past time for us to have such a tax. The impact that the businesses have on the requirement for city services and the jobs housing imbalance is significant. And we should be addressing that. Now, when you talk about the details, I would suggest that the 12 cents per square foot rather than 10 cents. And then the 5,000 square foot threshold struck me as interesting. I couldn't rationalize why we picked 5,000, why not 2,000, 4,000. And the data shows that about a third of the businesses would be exempt if you met the threshold. So what I suggest is that there be no exemption, but that businesses below 5,000 square feet be charged at a lower rate. Say instead of 12 cents, 3 or 4 cents. So they're still paying, but at a much lower rate. This actually has several advantages because it'll tell the community and the city how many businesses we actually have, what types of businesses, and where they're located. So we'll have more information on our business environment and over time how it changes. So I think it's worth considering that as a valid reason to tax businesses regardless of the size. Just tax them at a much lower rate for the small ones. Then there was some dispute about saying this, that the city will raise taxes according to the cost of living index. And you can get around that by saying that the ordinance will allow the city council to raise taxes by cost of living increase by up to 5%. But it says may, not shall. So it's an option. It isn't required. And finally, when we talk about the business license tax, I think we should be considering whether there are certain types of businesses that we want to have pay more because their impact on the city is greater than normal. Now, I thought about identifying what those would be or wouldn't be, and I couldn't come up with an answer. But I think it's a valid concern, and it's something that should be considered in the future.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hamilton Hitchings, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg.
Hello. I support the natural gas utility transfer tax that we already have been paying that goes directly into funding community services that the residents benefit from and that would need to be cut otherwise. This ranges from theater programs for children to traffic officers to help keep our streets safe for children, pedestrians, and bicyclists. I also support the business tax. When Prop 13 was passed, businesses paid a much higher percentage of taxes at the state and city level. But thanks to a loophole exploited by big businesses, their share of taxes has been steadily decreasing over the decades. One way local governments have countered this is by adding a city business tax. In fact, every other city on the peninsula except one have instituted a business tax. This revenue not only enhances programs like public safety and community programs, but would also go to fund affordable housing and homelessness and new safer rail crossings as Caltrain increases the number of trips after electrification. Despite what the optimists say, there is not enough funding for the new rail crossings in the city without it. Likewise, to help keep our city socioeconomically diverse by providing housing opportunities to lower income workers and residents, so the city needs to do its fair share. And this tax is one of the core pillars of funding that is necessary. This bill was supposed to target office, manufacturing, and R&D. I'm not sure how retail got included, but we need to be very careful about discouraging retail and allow any sales tax paid to be deducted from the business tax. Exempting businesses under 10,000 square feet would have a minimal impact on revenue and should be considered. It reduces administration, help foster mid-sized retail and small businesses, and even early stage startups, which have dwindled over the years in Palo Alto. Please also exempt grocery stores and pharmacies. Our family supports these ballot measures, hopes they will be on the ballot, and will be voting for them if they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Dan Katzenbauer. Welcome.
Thank you.
This proposed business tax is a bad tax. It's a regressive tax, and it is worse than no tax. All this money that you're spending on surveys is unnecessary, wasteful, and counterproductive. All you have to do is look at nearby jurisdictions to see what taxes succeed and which fail. And taxes that have succeeded by an overwhelming amount. No jurisdiction other than arguably, but barely, the Cupertino decades old and about to be revised business tax does anything close to what you propose, which is punish tenants for the size of the office that they rent. Every other city does something a lot more sensical. And you know that this tax is nonsensical because you have to keep making exemptions from it. I believe that this tax is unconstitutional because it lacks any sort of nexus. Otherwise, in other words, it lacks an actual reason. There is no reason to tax businesses on the size of their office. It is not related in any way to the harm or the usage that those businesses cause the city. What taxes succeed? Well, let's take a look. The headcount tax recently passed by voters in Mountain View passed by 72%. And there was no objection from the company that pays a majority of those taxes, Google. Payroll taxes are actually a more progressive version of headcount taxes, and because they ensure that higher wealth employers pay a more equitable tax. San Francisco and many other cities have them. San Francisco's most recent payroll tax passed by 72%. A receipts tax ensures that higher revenue companies pay more tax than lower revenue companies. In Daly City, its receipts tax passed by 82%. All these numbers are available online on the website that actually talks about ballot measures, called Ballot something or other. An overpaid executive tax is a really great and useful spin on a receipts tax. It taxes companies that pay its top executives more than 100 times the amount it pays its median employees. In San Francisco, that passed by 65%. A parcel tax on commercial landlords, only taxing offices bigger than 25,000 square feet, that passed by 80% in East Palo Alto. And East Palo Alto also passed a landlord tax recently by 78%. None of these taxes require the kind of exemptions you're toying with right now. All of them are progressive and equitable, and they don't require these types of surveys. You know what wins, not this. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dan Katzenbauer, to be followed by Charlie Whitance.
Mayor Burt and members of the council, my name is Dan Katzenbauer. I'm the Vice President for Tax Policy at the Silicon Valley Leadership Group. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Palo Alto Community and Business Alliance, composed of the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce, Silicon Valley Leadership Group, the Silicon Valley chapter of NAIOP, many of our member companies, and residents of Palo Alto. An ongoing concern of the business community and many residents has been that the council has been considering a general tax that would direct all new revenue to the general fund to be spent as future councils decide. A special tax with legally binding commitments to fund specific objectives would have been much more likely to gain broad support. Other than for large office buildings in East Palo Alto, the most recent tax rates that the council has been considering would cost the largest business in Palo Alto 10 times more than if that business was in San Jose, and over 100 times more than if that business was in Sunnyvale. Because your proposals have been so much higher than business taxes in neighboring cities, we have expressed early opposition to the possibility of a business tax, while the council has been in the process of developing a specific ballot measure. Our alliance believes that the proposed business tax is bad for Palo Alto. If you decide to move forward with your ballot measure, though, our alliance has advised the city and some city council members of parameters for a business tax that would be more in line with business taxes of neighboring communities and that would provide even more protection for small businesses. like an exemption for the first 20,000 square feet of any business. We wish that we had been approached earlier in your process, but wanted to share our ideas about the parameters of a business tax that would create a thriving and competitive Palo Alto, whose tax burdens are aligned with other communities on the peninsula. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Charlie Whiteants, to be followed by John Schenk.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. I'm speaking on behalf of the Palo Alto Chamber of Commerce this evening. And as I have previously said, our business community is still feeling the effects of the pandemic and has not recovered to pre-pandemic levels. And we continue to ask that you not propose this business license tax at this time. Business owners are still finding it hard to make ends meet, and they simply cannot afford a business tax at this time. Many of the small businesses that we hear from rely heavily on the office workers to support them and feel a new tax can lead to reduced businesses here in Palo Alto. Others, such as our hotels, also rely on corporate travel, and this tax will slow recovery even more if larger businesses decide to downsize, move out, and/or cut business travel to offset the tax. This tax does not only affect the larger businesses, and that is why we have continued to express our opposition to the possibility of this business license tax. We also hear from our businesses in Palo Alto, including the Stanford Shopping Center, that retailers cannot afford a new tax at this level, and if it were to exist, it would send signals to the next potential businesses who may consider moving to Palo Alto that we do not value them. Additionally, members have a significant concern that this is a general tax and not a specific tax. This proposed business license tax is bad for Palo Alto and could kill the downtowns we hope to see thrive. Instead, it's time to support and work to attract businesses back to our downtowns and to spur additional fee incomes, property tax revenues, TOT taxes, and of course, sales taxes. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is John Schenk.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm assuming you can hear me. Yep, the clock started. Thank you. The results of the poll are important, revealing, and compelling. They show that more residents believe our city's headed in the wrong direction than the right one. And that's a fact that hasn't been the case, according to that graph, for 6 years and likely a longer period than that. And it's sad. And I hope that you will reconsider lots of things, including this tax proposal, to correct course and squarely meet the needs of the community. New taxes are not what the community wants. They're certainly not what the business community sees as equitable or even beneficial. It's troubling that's what's being pursued is a general tax, which does not commit to the community nor the payers of the taxes what they'll be used for. The reality that the funds will flow into the general fund and more likely than not get muddled with other liabilities is exceedingly difficult to overcome. The resolution of intent presented on the screen tonight had footnotes in small font stating that it's not binding and the actual uses of the funds would be determined by future councils in future years. I encourage you to emphasize that. Obviously, I'm not for the tax, but I think, being our community smart and just being factual with it is the right way to go forward and begin to turn the tide on those graphs that were showing that we're going in the wrong direction. I also think, in a similar vein, that you'd refer to the utility transfer tax as a tax, as the courts have deemed it to be, which is why the community needs to vote on it, not just a transfer, even if the political consultant's recommendation is to not say tax if you want to win. I don't think that's right. Working with the business community and not against it is a much better approach to finding a common ground and finding a path where the community, including the businesses, can join forces to work on substantial issues. With the economy where it is and the dire situation in our downtown, we need to be working immediately on solutions and not crafting language around taxes that may or may not actually work towards improving public safety, et cetera. Please don't forget that office workers have traditionally been the source of more than 70% of the annual retail sales, which all flow to the general fund. And without their robust return, our retailers will continue to decline. Now is the wrong time to pursue new taxes on businesses. Thank you. Look forward to hearing your discussion.
All right. That concludes our public comments, and we'll now return to the council for discussion. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Let me start by saying I really appreciate the, again, like I said, the detailed parts in here, having an audit capacity. I don't remember us discussing that, so thanks to staff for including that. In the resolution, I thought the description at the end about how our revenues are slowing and our demand for services maintains its current pace, is really, really helpful. Big question. Little hard to figure out from this, and you don't need to answer it right now. If we have a gross number at 10 cents and we subtract the admin costs on page 236, and then we take off some average of the offsets and credits, the two proposed on page 229, what would the net number be? I mean, there's a lot of assumptions in there, but I don't want to make up my own number, so. And you can come back. I'll let somebody double check it. Oh, they got it.
Roughly 18 to 19 million.
It's really hard to hear you. I'm sorry, because there's that.
Sorry, 18 to 19 million.
18 to 19 million as a net number, and that's at 10 cents. Okay, great. Slide 39 references cuts, potential cuts. Does that mean to some services if the natural gas transfer is not reaffirmed by the voters? Does that mean reductions or eliminations? I can imagine that being not very clear to people.
So the 2023 proposed budget that the council will consider next Monday on the 22nd, that the Finance Committee has moved through and is brought forward to the full council for recommended adoption, includes the restoration of the services actually on slide 39. But it includes a recommended restoration of those services with limited term funding. And so if ongoing funding is not identified for those services, they will sunset in 24 months. And
okay. But we're not going to sunset our 911 dispatch staffing. It would just be the delta or the improvement.
That's correct.
So just trying to get clear on.
That's correct. It'll be the delta of the restorations.
Okay. All right. I know staff's been speaking with businesses for some time about this business tax, and we've heard some concerns tonight. Are there other concerns that staff has heard, and any suggestions you have for how we might want to make modifications?
Well, I think we heard some general issues raised this evening. Perhaps to boil it down, the perhaps primary area of concern has been the rate, the actual tax rate. Also, there was a suggestion this evening of raising the exempt floor, currently proposed at 5,000. I think we heard, did we hear 20,000 this evening?
That's what I heard.
As well as concerns about the CPI escalation.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for that ordering. With respect it's really important that we're careful with this, and in reading those, they seem straightforward. I'm sure people could quibble and wordsmith about the order of, certain things in there, but I want to say I believe that language is as straightforward as it is possible to be, given the complexity of what we're doing. I do want to say that, one of the policy questions before us tonight is about residential. And I remember asking about this before about senior housing. We have received an email from the V. I'm referring to page 232 in the packet. I will be supportive of us completely exempting senior housing. And if we need to do I'll look to staff to help us figure out how to do that. This is an important part of our community, and I don't want us, we're going to exempt grocery stores. I think we should be exempting facilities that our seniors are using. And I'll just wrap up by saying, it's been my devout hope for many years now that we would be able to do this in a simple manner. But the reality is we have a pretty complex economic ecosystem. And so I think that's apparent in the proposal before us this evening. Thank you.
Okay. Would like to go next? Okay, I'll wade in on a couple aspects. So one thing that in addition to the point Councilmember Tanaka brought up about what looks like a typo in one of the questions on slide 30 in the comparisons, I think that that question hasn't yet probed with our strongest arguments. It said, for instance, unlike most communities in California, well, it's a lot more than most. And if we came forward with really the contrast between the proportion of communities that have business taxes and those that don't, we're an extreme outlier, not just in a minority. And then it said that if we had a $2.50 per year, or about 20 cents per month square footage tax like East Palo Alto, and theirs has a threshold of 25,000 square feet, or San Francisco's business tax on their gross receipts tax, it would align with Palo Alto's tax system. Well, that's not correct because first, that East Palo Alto rate is twice what we're presently considering, although a higher exemption on the square footage. And they have two business taxes. And then San Francisco has, I think it's 5 different overlapping business taxes. San Francisco's, if you look at the amount of tax per employed worker in the city, which is probably the most valid metric because different taxes have different exemptions and there's no way to have an exact apples to apples, but those taxes combined are about $3,000 per employee per year. It means that the high income tech workers are being taxed at a rate much higher than that, and low income workers are essentially being exempted much more. But that's the average. If we adopted our proposal on the higher end, it might take us up to about 10% of San Francisco's rate, whereas the survey claimed it would be comparable. And I'll note that San Francisco, which over the last decade went from being not essentially a Silicon Valley city to becoming the dominant Silicon Valley city, has business taxes rates that are about 50 times the rate on average in Silicon Valley. So the argument that business tax rates are a massive hindrance to business vitality is really refuted by that circumstance. In East Palo Alto, when they put in their square footage parcel tax, they were told by the development community that if they put that in, all the prospective commercial office development that was starting to come forward in East Palo Alto would come to a halt. What happened, and that was in 2018, what happened since then is they had a wave of new proposed office development after that tax was passed. And just a point of reference, the scale of this tax as proposed, if it was at 12 cents a square foot, which is the upper end of what we're considering right now, that's about 1.5% of the average office rate. And if landlords didn't want to lose tenants, then all they would have to do is absorb that difference themselves. And frankly, to the extent that is, and it's a very small extent, that a business decision would be based on that sort of very small percentage of a rent, when leases are renegotiated in the future, a new tenant comes in, then the landlord or the developer can only charge what the market would bear and would adjust rents accordingly. But in reality, I can tell you as somebody who's had a business in Silicon Valley in the past for 30 years, this would not have been a basis for a decision for locating. Nevertheless, I think that there are a number of areas that we really want to look at the current context, the nationally and regionally and within our city, the current political situation and state of the economy and apprehension about inflation and recession makes this not a highly favorable time to put a tax revenue through. And I think we've got to be conscious of that. I will say that many of the same opponents of this tax opposed it in 2016, or even lesser taxes in 2016 in a boom economy, in 2017 in a boom economy, in 2019 in a boom economy. So the arguments that their opposition is strictly about this current state of the economy are disputed by their own past positions. I will say that I would be open to some adjustments in the terms of the tax. And in particular, if we could arrive at a consensus with the business community on a form and scale and set of exemptions that would be a compromise. I've struggled with the threshold at which we exempt the first 5,000 square feet of a business in the community, and I would be open as part of a consideration increasing that. Even though the polling didn't support a sunset, I think that there are merits to a sunset. I don't think that the rollover of it, we have a 5% cap on the CPI, but then we allow a rollover. I don't think the rollover is particularly important, and would be open to considering that. I think that the three focus areas for the uses should be the transportation, particularly grade separations, the affordable housing, and the public safety, and I would leave off the downtown economic developments. And I did a rough calculation on if, for instance, we increase the threshold of exemption. This is, remember, every business would get the first 5 or 10,000 square feet exempted. So if we had a exemption of 5,000 square feet and a business had 10,000 square feet of space, then they would basically pay half the tax rate. But if we raised it to 7,000 square feet, it looks like from slide 44, that would be about 7% less revenue. And I don't think that's a deal killer. It would emphasize the focus on larger businesses as who we were concentrating on. So I'll plant those thoughts out there for discussion. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank the staff. I think the ordinance was well written and there was a lot of great detail here. I also just want to point out that we've studied this and options since 2016. We paused, we resumed. Many comments are coming in here at kind of the final meetings, but this has really been analyzed, debated, reviewed very extensively. If we look at attachment G on packet page 279, it lists all the council and finance meetings on the business tax. This is the 25th meeting since 2019. Plus we've had community outreach meetings and focus groups. And so I recognize that some businesses will not support, but this has been a long discussion. And we really have spent a lot of time looking at the pros and cons of different options. And in terms of being in the context of neighboring cities, a lot of cities have quite old ordinances, 17 years old or more. Cupertino's was in 2001. Redwood City passed their business tax in 1990. Sunnyvale was in 1968. And Santa Clara was in 2003. So I understand the comments from some of the public about looking at the surrounding cities. I think a lot of those cities are evaluating their business taxes and wanting to modernize them as well. So I am concerned. I don't want us to undershoot this. It's taken 6 years to get to this point. And going back to the voters in the future should not be taken lightly. It will not be quick to go back. And if we started with a smaller tax and then go back and try to raise it, it will not be a fast process. One thing I really want to highlight and emphasize is we did this last round of polling, these results we saw today during an active negative campaign. And I think it was designed to influence the results of the poll. There was active social media ads running the whole time. Everybody in Palo Alto got a mailer, and there was no corresponding positive campaign going on. So I think the base result before the negative messages and by the way, if there's some residents who could check, there's been some discussion about whether those advertisements complied with the FPPC. It seems like there's been a lot of spending already on this ballot measure. And then I thought it was very interesting to go back and compare the results of the March survey to the May survey. The results went up less after the positive messages in May, and they were down a bit more after the negative messages. And the final result dropped about 4% from 60% to 56%, which is still within the margin of error. But again, I feel like it really indicates that there was an active negative campaign going on. And again, we heard it's kind of indifferent to the level of tax from the voters. There was more support for 12 cents a square foot than 10 cents a square foot. We've had these questions about, do we ask about just cents or a percentage? And it was clear for this last survey that doing both worked the best. And then just to echo some other comments that the mayor made, I think our support resolution should be very specific, even more specific than what's in the packet today. And again, I would support narrowing it down to public safety, affordable housing and homeless, and transportation. I think we should drop the general services and the economic development. On some of the things the staff did, I support the aggregation for a particular business owner. Was there a reason we added the residential, like common areas and rental office? Is there like one that we think is particularly large or something?
Not in particular. I think we were just trying to exclude residential dwellings in that case.
Yeah. So,
We were trying to exclude residential dwellings in that case.
okay. So if apartment had like a big gym or a theater, those would have been taxed under what was proposed? Okay.
Yes, under this proposal.
Yeah. So I think I would support what Councilmember Cormack was saying, though. It'd be great to have the analysis done by the next meeting to see kind of, again, what the net revenue would be if we excluded residential buildings.
There's Councilmember Du Bois. Staff doesn't have insight into the floor plans of those facilities, so we wouldn't be able to prepare that analysis without reaching out to those facilities to understand the makeup of the split between residential square footage versus common use.
Okay.
So if council wanted to endeavor to have staff go down that, I can say for certain it will not be ready by next Monday.
Could you just make some high level assumption that it's, 5% of the square footage or something?
I would not want to wager a guess for council. So I think it really is a question of policy on whether or not the council wants to carve out those pieces versus just fully exempting residential activities.
I mean, this is one example. I'm just concerned if we start throwing in a bunch of stuff, let's kind of keep track of it. And if you do know the square footage for apartment buildings, I think we could at least have an estimate. But a couple of other questions. So what happens if somebody stays at a hotel for more than 30 days? Does that become residential at that point? Is TOT paid?
So based on our TOT tax code, that after 30 days, if a individual establishes a contractual arrangement that they will be staying for longer than 30 days, and they actually do end up staying longer than 30 days, then that is not considered short-term, and TOT receipts are no longer paid on those stays.
And then I'm just wondering how that would work with this residential, it becomes residential at this point, and does it get messy?
I don't believe so. We would still consider that likely the business that it's under a hotel. What it would do, depending on if council chose an exemption for hotels or hospitality versus the offset, is it would change the tax liability for a hotel. So as a full-on exemption, a hotel would pay nothing. But if you did the credit for TOT or that offset similar to sales tax, if a hotel wasn't remitting TOT because they had individuals staying longer than 30 days, they would obviously have less TOT receipts to help offset what their business tax liability would be.
Okay, thank you. That's clear.
Mhm.
I have more comments, just a couple of quick ones, more questions. Just wondering if our definition of square footage is sufficient in terms of how we measure it. I saw some questions about things like underground parking, and just made me start to think about all the things we include in square footage in our ordinances. So just really looking at that section again. And then on vacant property, I think it makes sense not to tax vacant property, though. I'm wondering about motivating people to not have vacant properties. We're hearing about landlords raising rents with viable tenants, with the old pro being the latest casualty. And it makes me wonder if they're including the value of the street space. But on vacancies, do we need a better definition? I think the proration worked for if it's unused, but what if a space is partially used? What if it's used for storage? It seems like there could be some gray areas. But also, when does it not become vacant? Is it when a lease is signed or when it opens for business? I think we should be more precise around that. So I've gone way over, so I'll stop there. But those are some of the comments I had.
Sure. And I'll just acknowledge that staff was crafting this and working with businesses. We did our best to identify a definition for vacant property. So on packet page 231, I think realistically, the kind of generalized definition of vacancy is not really intended to mean I shoved a bunch of desks over to the side and we're not using it. So when we were talking with the business community, one of the options was to have a contract with a broker and have it actively listed. But obviously we all know that you could still, and they acknowledged you could still have something listed but being used. So that's when we tried to craft a definition that really identifies that it's free from FF&E. So it's truly, 4 walls and a floor and a roof, that it's a severable space. So we did do our best to identify a definition.
I saw the definition. I thought it was pretty good. I think there's a time element though, like when does it start and end in terms of being vacant?
Sure. And to that point, that's where that kind of active proration through a quarterly remittance comes into play.
Right. But again, if somebody signs a lease and they start working on it, don't move in for 5 months, is that empty or not? Right. I mean, they may have a soft opening. It could be very gray again, I think.
Sure. And we would work through those through administrative procedures. We wouldn't add that level of detail in the ordinance, given that the ordinance obviously is a pretty kind of evergreen document. You want it to be at a level that provides the appropriate guidance, but understood that those would be some of the administrative.
Like lease is signed is, the date of the lease is the start date, or, I mean, there could be something specific, right?
There are complexities with that as well. So I guess what I can say is rest assured we are aware of those complexities, and no two situations are necessarily alike. So acknowledged that through administrative policies and procedures, we would need to dive into a little bit more detail in terms of how it would be administered. But some of the pieces that you're identifying, we have thought through, and we thought this was the best path forward.
Okay. Anyone else want to go? Councilmember Tanaka.
So I've been thinking about this for a bit, and if we look at the current state, we are having the highest inflation in 40 years. It hasn't been higher since 1980. We look at today. Today, you guys may not have known, but we have a massive crash in the market. It's a bear market. It's officially a bear market right now. Hasn't been this bad for some time. I don't know if you guys have been following local companies. Tesla, formerly headquarters here, has been laying people off. I don't know if you guys are aware of that. Their stock's down 50%. VMware, you guys probably heard they were getting acquired by Broadcom. Broadcom's extremely cost focused. I have a lot of friends at VMware. A lot of them tell me that everyone's worried about layoffs right now. And so, it's still with COVID, a lot of people haven't come back to Palo Alto, which is one of the issues we have. A lot of the people that came to our city to work, shop and dine and go to our hotels haven't come back. And thus our TOT has been in the toilet for some time now. Oh, thank you. It's not just the big companies, but companies of all sizes have frozen hiring, right? Layoff notices have come out. It used to be a super hot job market, but even among tech, it's going to be a lot harder. And I'm just thinking about like the timing of this, right? Does this make sense to do now, this year? It's looking like we're headed into probably one of the worst recessions or depressions in some time. A lot of the economic stimulus that we've done, we've kind of run out of steam on it. We're having multi-trillion-dollar deficits and debt. So there's only so much we can do, and inflation's out of control. So we can't do more stimulus. It's going to be really hard. And what we should be doing during a time of need when things are really difficult is we should make it easier to do business. We should be encouraging business formation. We should be trying to help bootstrap the economy. I mean, I think if the economy was red hot and we didn't have these massive storm clouds right upon us, maybe it would make sense. But right now, it's just opposite. It has never been worse. And we look at just the local situation, right? How many companies have moved out of Palo Alto? Tesla, they moved their headquarters. Palantir's gone, HP is gone. How many more companies do you want to leave our city? Because I think the situation right now is that companies have a choice more so than ever. With the work from home situation, people can work just about anywhere now. Maybe they'll come to the office once in a while, but maybe not. And so the one thing we have going for us is we have some inertia. We have Stanford University, but I think those are not things we take for granted. So I think we need to tread cautiously here. It looks like there's definitely some I think questions that we could look at on the survey and perhaps try to figure some of that stuff out. But I don't think right now PM tonight, and I wonder how much longer are we going to go tonight. But usually our best decisions are not done at this time either. My other thought is, some of this tax for some of the businesses they can't pass on. I mean, they just can't absorb it. In fact, a lot of these companies, their profit margins are down a lot, which is why their stock's down. But some companies can't pass it on. They would basically what they're going to do is they're going to pass it on to consumers, right? Basically, our residents. So in some ways, our residents are going to be paying this tax, right? It's not just some anonymous customer out of Palo Alto. And so I think we have to really think about whether this is the right time or not. What we should do at a minimum, and something I've been saying for a while, is we should be doing an economic analysis. This is a big change. What made Palo Alto is the fact that it's a birthplace of innovation. A lot of startups started here. Companies that are iconic started here in Palo Alto because we made a very entrepreneurial friendly city. And that's something which I think we want to keep and we want to encourage. So we should be doing some sort of economic analysis to see what is the impact of this going to be. Because companies have a choice like they never had before. And they also have reasons to depart our city in the means, right? Even, our biggest employer, I think is probably VMware. Knowing if you look at how Broadcom acquires companies, it's, a lot of people are seriously worried at VMware right now. And they tend to move people around, consolidate headquarters, try to reduce their costs. That's part of their strategy. They've been on a tear in terms of acquisitions. So I think we just need to tread super carefully here and think about what are the longer term implications, because it seems like we're going to get money from this, but in the long term, we may not. Look at our hotel tax, right? I mean, we thought we were going to get a ton of money from it, but we didn't. So I think we need to be cautious.
Council Member Philsett.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Well, as multiple people have noted, this has sort of been a long time coming as we've sort of, converged as we've learned, and a lot of things have kind of come together. A lot of moving parts in this budget process, the long-range forecast, the forthcoming end of the stimulus money, the Great Resignation, inflation, a few other factors we're out there looking at. And as we've progressed through this, to me, it looks increasingly like the right balance of all this pencils out, as we've said, to a 10-cent, possibly 12-cent business tax, proportioned out in the range somewhere around $10 million to refund public safety and other city services, $5 million a year for affordable housing and homelessness, and $5 million a year for transportation, and particularly grade separation. So a formula roughly in the space of 10-5-5. Now, we've talked recently about public safety, and we've talked an awful lot about grade separation over the last couple of years. So I would like, if it's okay, to focus for a couple minutes now on affordable housing and some of the regional organizations who have weighed in on this topic recently. So we need affordable housing. The reality is the only way to get it is through sustainable funding. Goodwill is not enough. And the only sustainable funding is through a tax. A large business tax makes sense, especially in an area where so many large corporations have thrived, including during the pandemic. Without the tax, we'll never build the housing. And folks, 10 cents a square foot, as the mayor pointed out, is not much more than 1% of what most large businesses already pay in rent. 1%. And that's 1% once, too. Commercial landlords, over time, routinely raise rent an average of multiple percent each year, sometimes even on Ramona Street. 1% for Palo Alto, phased in over multiple years, is tiny by comparison. 10 cents a square foot in the very heart of high-end commercial real estate in the prosperous Bay Area. The reality is that most businesses can afford that. And it will not drive, large tech business to Austin. But using that money, we have an opportunity in front of us right now to create a sustainable $5 million per year of long-term sustainable funding for affordable housing and homelessness to help people who are not as prosperous have a roof over their head. Long-term sustainable funding for affordable housing. How many times have you seen that become reality in the Bay Area? Which brings us to regional organizations. Now, there is no shortage of regional organizations who will tell you how important they think affordable housing is and how much they care about it. Passionate advocates of partnership and equity and how we must all pull together through this crisis. Kind wishes and positive voices all the day long. However, when the hat gets passed, very few of these groups back up that voice with actual money. We will. Many talk the talk. We will walk it. Now, I believe most of us in Palo Alto think a permanent $5 million a year for affordable housing and homelessness is a good idea. But it seems some regional folks think it is not a good idea. In fact, some regional folks feel so strongly about not spending money on affordable housing that they are spending money on not spending money on affordable housing. So this is the Silicon Valley Leadership Group mailer, which most of us have seen in our mailboxes and extensively in our Facebook feeds. And it's the result of some of that spending on not spending. I'm guessing it's about $50,000 actually. It's from the Silicon Valley Leadership Group plus the NAIOP, a national real estate lobby. And they think that a business tax that funds affordable housing is a bad idea, and they're willing to spend business money to tell us that. Now, my colleague Tanaka says that large tech businesses actually don't have any money right now. But as you see, these big glossy campaign mailers, plus all that social media spending, AKA the Billionaire Space Program, plus the political consultants and campaign firms they've hired, TBWBH Props and Services, I believe. Is that right? And these kind of folks don't normally work cheap, right? Plus that nice looking website. I figure it's 50 grand, but I'm sure that they could give you a more exact answer if you ask. $50,000 to fight against affordable housing funds. I keep wondering, where did the $50,000 come from? Do the people who gave it to the leadership group, do they feel this way too? Because this is really the campaign against affordable housing brought to you by the Silicon Valley Leadership Group and its friends. Now, I am certain that these good folks right now are jumping up and down saying, this is unfair, this is uncivil, and it's fake news. How they're not really the campaign against affordable housing, they're not really the funding prevention team, and how they always support affordable housing and always support funding for it. And under any other circumstances, they would support this effort too. But unfortunately, it's just the wrong time. See? It's the wrong time. Right, it says right here. Right? It's the wrong structure. It's the wrong amount. It's the wrong something else. We need another analysis. So even though they want to support this as wholeheartedly as they do, and they really wholeheartedly want to, they just can't. Come on, folks. $5 million a year for affordable housing. Who's with us? The Silicon Valley Leadership Group should drop its opposition. Stop funding the fight against funding affordable housing. Let TBWEBH props and measures go work their political magic for somebody else. And heck, put that money into actual affordable housing instead. Join us. Let's do some good. Because to solve this, we all need partnership and equity and to all pull together through this crisis. Thank you.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah. I want to take away from that. I'll let it sit there for a second. So we're back to kind of looking at 10 cents or 12 cents. Yeah, I think one of the points Councilmember Phil Seth just made is we're talking about 1 to 2% of rent for most companies. This tax is going to be less than what most companies spend on bagels or on watering their landscaping. The mayor said something about, wanting to kind of negotiate with the business alliance. And, I think we can focus on some of these terms. I think tonight we should make the motion to have staff prepare everything for next week. But the things we listed, sunset or not, final tax rate, rollover on inflation or not, excluding a certain amount of square feet. One thing we haven't talked about is this offset ratio. I thought, again, what staff did there was interesting. And I would support the 2-to-1 on, discretionary tax. It'd be interesting to see the analysis if we allowed that up to 100%, but I would support the 75% that staff proposed. The other thing I'd say is this is a long-term tax. Even what we have here won't be payable until the year 2024. It'll last for 30 years or longer. And so the current economic climate is transitory. I mean, I do think it's something we need to be sensitive to, but we've always been talking about kind of a long-term tax. I do want to touch on the gas transfer. I think the ballot language there, well, a couple of things. Again, looking at these survey results, one thing we haven't talked a lot about yet is whether we should move forward with both of them. And that's the survey question that kind of concerns me the most, is when both of the measures are on the ballot. And so, one thing I'd ask my colleagues is, do we consider putting off the gas transfer, which is the smaller of the two? When we get to the language on the gas transfer, I think we should consider deleting transportation from the list and potentially adding parks as well as roads. Going back and looking through all my packets today, I remember I found the Pasadena language, which I really liked, and they kind of flip around the ballot measure language. So they start with, shall the measure maintaining police, fire, 911, street repairs continue to be collected from their utility? And then they go into the amount and the percentage. So they have the uses first, which I think is good. And then they also added more language, and I don't know, limited to, I guess in our case, it'd be 18% of the gross revenue. It does not increase taxes or utility rates until ended by voters, requiring financial audits, with all funds locally controlled, benefiting Palo Alto residents. So I'd urge staff to take a look at that. That was in our November 8th, 2021 packet, page 155. But again, I think having the benefits come first, it makes sense. I don't know if we're open to potential motions at this point.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it's going to be complicated. I'd like to move the staff motion and then make some changes to it. Yep, so on little IV 4, Roman numeral 4, I would move to change that to exclude residential property. Just exclude all residential property. On VI, there, the blank, I guess I would put in 75% for now, unless people want to change that. In the packet staff recommendation, there was also, yeah, it's kind of that ... I guess. Again, I would, on the business tax, I would delete economic general services from the ballot measure language. So maybe you can add that under CI there where the ... are. So it's economic and general services, I guess. From the ballot measure language on the business tax. And then maybe 2 below that would be to consider adding parks and roads and deleting transportation from the gas transfer language. And then on and then letter D. And again, I was looking at the staff motion in the packet here. Would be to, on the non-binding resolution, to inform the public of our uses. Would be to propose 50% for public safety, 25% for housing and homeless programs, and 25% for transportation. And I'll stop there, and I'm open to amendments, but I thought I'd try to get something out.
I'll second it.
Yeah, Councilmember Cormack's pointing out that I didn't actually choose a tax rate. I'd propose the 10 cents at this point. To be probably under B.
So maybe B little I, effective date and timing of tax assessment of 10 cents per square foot per month.
Yeah, and the timing as you have it, right?
Clerk, if you can add per month. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think I tried to speak to most of this already, so I don't really have additional comments right now.
Mr. Mayor, just one comment. You are going to need under C little I, you are going to need to include general services to maintain this measure as a general tax.
Okay,
Yeah,
so we
that's
can delete
legally
the general
required
services.
language.
Oh, it's delete economic and
Development.
retain general services, right? That's what you're saying?
Well, you don't need to say that, just it'll be there.
Correct. You can yeah, we don't need to say and retain. Just delete
Oh, I see.
economic development.
I got it. You done?
Yep.
Can I also ask one clarifying question on B4 that is not intended to include extended hotels that are operating as extended stay locations?
No, it's not.
Correct. Okay. We will maybe include some clarifying language on that.
So a few comments. First, I just following up on Councilmember Philseth's remarks that these uses are in the interests of the business community. The need for housing and affordable housing in particular, the concerns over public safety and the critical need in our community going forward for grade separations to transportation that we even have today, in addition to enhancing transit through supporting Caltrain's expansion. Those are all critical to the vitality of the business community. So these things are part of really an enlightened self-interest on behalf of the business community. You know, we've heard on this council and from some of the other opponents that this is the wrong time, as I noted before. That argument was made in 2016, 2017, 2019, when there were strong economies. So it may be true that this is less of a good time than those times, but those very same people opposed it, no matter what the economic circumstance was. But I do think it's something for us to bear in mind in what we're putting forward. And then I would be interested in whether we include some of these other changes now or as part of what we would consider as if we have any attempt to develop a consensus with the business community around a proposal. But as part of that consideration, I think putting a sunset would be worth considering as part of that, whether we put it in this point in time or we have that as something that we would consider if we could arrive at a consensus agreement with the business representatives. Same thing on whether we eliminate the rollover on the CPI.
Yeah, I don't think we put them in here now. I think if you have some kind of process that you're thinking about.
Yeah, so I think as I thought about how do we over the next week see if we can arrive at any agreement with the business community, and let's be straight, Councilmember Philseth and I were invited to meet with the representatives of these business associations, the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, the Chamber of Commerce, and the NIOP, which is the commercial developers. What we've seen so far in opposition is a tiny fraction of what they've indicated they are willing to spend, whatever it takes to attempt to defeat what is a relatively moderate tax that would benefit their members, but nevertheless, that is their position. And so seeing whether we can have something that would not have that opposition campaign and have a significantly higher likelihood of success, I think is worth considering. And so I think an ad hoc committee of the council that would meet with those representatives over the next week to see if we could have any reconciliation on what we would like to see with what they would find as an alternative that they could accept, even if not enthusiastically. I'd also just note, I'm in the campaign that they waged to date, they asserted that there was a $60 million tax for a significant period of time. They claim that. We never had a proposal for that. The upper end of what options we were even considering was 43 million. After we clarified it and came in with the range that we've been looking at for the last 2 months, which is basically 19 to 26 million, then their campaign either asserted 60 million or 43 million. I appreciate that after our meeting this last week, they finally revised their claims to that range. But up until now, it has not been an honest characterization of what we're even considering. And I was extremely disappointed. I had thought and hoped that we would have a campaign that would be based upon a debate on the merits and would have the sort of credibility and integrity on both sides that I know that the leadership group has traditionally prided themselves on, and our Chamber of Commerce has. And so that was an extreme disappointment to date, but hopefully we're moving in a better direction in that regard. So I think that all those things considered, it's worth us seeing if we can come up with an approach that is acceptable to us and would give us the bulk of what we believe that we need and is entirely reasonable and might still be something that they would find acceptable, even if they aren't enthusiastic about it. So unless there's a strong objection from a majority of the council, I'd next day or so just appoint an ad hoc committee to attempt to meet with them over the next week and see what we get before this comes back to us. All right.
Can I ask
yeah.
one more question?
Sure.
So staff on number 7, I guess it's implied that's up to 100%, right? Yep. Okay. Just want to make sure.
And then, sorry, just to interrupt, both Mayor and Councilmember Du Bois, I think staff both have a couple cleanup, if you would allow us to, from the motion perspective. Does that work? Great. I would recommend item D actually turn into little I under A. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I said that wrong. D become whatever, the second 2 little I's under C. So just indent that basically. I don't know how to.
Okay, that's changing attachment C, right? The business
That's
tax.
correct. And then we'll actually take C 2 little I's, which is specific to the gas tax, and move that to A little I. I'm sorry, not gas tax, gas transfer. And then I actually think that clarifies it. Great. So I think that clarifies it. One thing, Mayor, for your consideration is, as you're talking about an ad hoc, just a reminder, we used our finance committee as our kind of workhorse in terms of getting through the details of this tax measure, even so far as to pull them back together in January. So that might be a group that's versed on the details that you're referring to. That might be helpful.
We're pretty versed. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Just to clarify, when we say transportation here, I mean, whatever the language you use for rail crossing, grade separations, right? Was that clear to staff?
I don't see that language there.
Like C2 says 25% for transportation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's really referring
that
to
spot.
the grade separations.
Yes, okay.
Sorry, if just one other thing, on that CII, my preference would be to have a third for public safety, a third for affordable housing, and a third for transportation. And if the maker would accept that, that would be my one amendment.
Yes, I'm okay with that.
Okay. Councilmember Cormack?
Thank you, Mayor Burt. And thanks to Councilmember Du Bois for getting us started. I'm having trouble understanding the interaction between this motion and the negotiations, I think, Mr. Mayor, that you're suggesting. Could I get a little clarity if we pass a motion tonight, what then would the ad hoc be doing?
So this motion would be what we'd be directing staff to prepare a measure for next week on. And the ad hoc would see whether there is some variation of our proposal that we would be able to find consensus on with the business community.
Okay.
And that would then come back, and if that occurred, then the ad hoc might be proposing changes a week from now.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful from a process standpoint. Yeah, I mean, what I heard from the city manager was that the number one concern they have is the rate. So I don't know if the 10 cents is the biggest sticking point, or if some of the other concerns that people mentioned tonight are. How does staff feel about the language changes? I see that they're couched as, mostly consider. I do know that we have to be extremely careful when we make these language changes in the ballot question. So how much latitude should we have in terms of giving you additional input, given the fact that it's already been reviewed?
Right. So we're getting down to brass tacks here. So I think we will interpret A(1) as direction, and we'll come back with that. Now, there are certain changes you probably could make on next Monday night. You could change a number to another number. There would be other things that might be more complicated where we would have a concern about on-the-fly changes to something that's going to go onto the ballot. So we'll have to talk about it as a staff, but I could foresee if there's something that's not completely concrete and simple, that we might ask for 24 hours to look at that and bring that back to you then on the Tuesday.
Or worst case, we would have until our August 1st meeting, right?
You do. You have 2 meetings in August, actually August 1st, and my understanding, the clerk can correct me, you also have August 8th. That it may be that council wants to send a more clear message going into your break of definitively where
I
you are.
understand the political
Correct.
reasons. I'm just trying to get clarity on when we actually would have to.
That's
make
correct.
decisions.
You have the first 2 meetings in August.
Okay, so thank you for that on AI. 10 cents for me, as it has always been, is my maximum. I'll be interested to see, the biggest point where change might be required in order for us to have less opposition, because as we saw tonight with the polling results, that the opposition is message, whether it's, was during the polling or time period or in the poll itself, was effective. Appreciate, the vacant part, the residential property, that all makes sense. 6 and 7, again, thanks to staff for that level of detail. With the now on C, so that's on 299. I guess we have actually, you have delete economic development services. That's, that's something that business had been advocating for, right? To use some of the funds directly for that. So what's your thinking on removing that?
Couple of things. we went down from 12 to 10 cents. There's less money. And we're potentially looking at the offsets and the exemptions and things.
Okay.
And then just trying to keep it more simple and going with kind of the top three needs.
Okay. And then I wonder if you also want to think about, actually don't have transportation in there now. It says rail crossing safety in the business tax one. I think
That's what I was clarifying. You could change the language to that. That's what I meant.
Okay. I'm more on the broader side. Transportation projects and services seems to capture it more broadly, but okay. And then C2, I just want to be sure I understand this. This is, I would say, advisory, right? This is going in a resolution. This is this group, whoever votes for this belief, what we would do. And if we use these $18 or $19 million numbers that we talked about, I'm just going to use 18 because it makes the math easy. That would be 6 million in each of these categories. So just to get clarity.
So I would think that we would want to bring you language that provides a little more flexibility as opposed to an exact number per year in a third. It may be that there's an urgent need to put, the council may feel one of those three is 1 year, and then, so I would think
I
you would
don't
want
think
to
the
see
language was intending to be in any given year.
in the aggregate. Yeah, that would be how we would.
That seems like an important distinction that hasn't been made.
But I think,
if I might, in addition to the advisory measure, if for the grade separations we bond, then that basically locks those dollars into that purpose, that portion.
Yep. But I do think it needs to be pretty clear and specific and not too fuzzy.
But what I hear the city attorney saying is the ratio over time. It's not specific to a fiscal year. And I think that's really helpful direction, that it's not consistent with the way that some of us even tonight have been using the numbers. So I think that's an important clarification.
So let me be clear, totally up to council how you want us to draft this, but that would be kind of what I would think would work best, but you tell us if that's not right.
I appreciate what you have to say, and I think that I would support that any ratio, even though it's only advisory, be considered on a over time, not on an annual basis. Okay. I do just want to say that I think the context is important. This is a challenging time for our country. And, I think there's some risk, given the relative softness of support that, Mr. Metz identified earlier, that this level of tax and this level of complexity, might not succeed. So I just want us to think about that. Thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
So I wanted to see if the maker and the seconder would be open to a hopefully friendly amendment. I thought Councilmember Philseth had a good idea, which is maybe let's actually dedicate the money towards affordable housing. So my proposal is that on, I guess maybe C2, that we have this as a special tax for affordable housing. So the money is actually dedicated. In fact, maybe, perhaps we could even lock it down for these three things, but I think we should definitely have some money dedicated towards affordable housing. And it'll probably make it easier to sell to the business community because they know that the money then would actually go towards building the needed affordable housing in our city. So I wanted to see if the maker and seconder would be open to that.
I think you proposed that before and we've turned it down. I think we do have a really good record though. And I think staff pointed that out with advisories like on our TOT tax.
Yeah, and I'd say that we all understand clearly that under an oddity of California law, a special tax is a 2/3 and a general tax is a simple majority. It ought to be the opposite. And so when we look at polling consistently, that we have general support for a general tax and come shy on special taxes. And I think Councilmember Tanaka as well as the other opponents who have advocated for a special tax understand that they're advocating for a poison pill on getting anything approved.
Okay, it's unfortunate because I think we want to try to bridge a gap. I mean, to what a lot of people said, which is it's difficult economic times and the support is soft. So I'd like to suggest a few others and we'll see if they could get accepted or not. So one of them is a cap on how much a single business will pay. I'm not going to specify to have some sort of cap so it's not shorted by just a few businesses. I don't know if the maker or seconder would be open to something like that.
Not unless it was a very high cap.
Yeah, and I would say that a cap is by nature regressive. It would mean that the largest business would pay proportionately less than the smaller or medium-sized business, so I would not accept it.
The next one is to cap the increase to CPI or 2%. I know that's been a pretty sensitive issue for a lot of businesses, just to have more certainty in their projections.
Could you speak closer to your mic?
Sure. The next one is an escalator on the increase that's capped at CPI or 2%. And this would provide more certainty for the businesses in terms of how much the increase will be each year.
I mean, I think one of the items that should be up for discussion this week is how we handle CPI and the rollover, but I would leave it as is for now.
Okay, the next one is to have a 20 square foot exemption. And that way we're not sweeping in retailers or restaurants.
A what square foot?
20,000 square foot exemption.
That's quite a change. Again, I think if there's some discussion this week about 5,000 or slightly more, but I think 20,000 is a lot.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Koo.
I was just going to ask if the maker and the seconder would consider a 12 cents tax per square foot. It's a
Yeah,
little
again, I
bit
think
more than the 1%.
I think the polling was pretty indifferent between the two. I guess one of the reasons I didn't put it in there in my original motion was I felt like that was the number we could plug in next week. I'm open to either number, honestly.
I would ask to consider, because, I mean, we received a letter today from Silicon Valley at Home. Apparently now we're even blamed for declining school enrollment, because of housing. And, they're saying that planning for a significant number of new homes affordable to residents of all income levels. I mean, we're trying, coming up with a tax in order to fund housing and to take care of the homeless. Certainly, again, I really appreciated what Councilmember Philsef said. This is for housing, right? This is where we're going to generate this funding in order to do affordable housing. And it's not like we don't need people to support those who are living here, so they should live here too. So please consider my friendly.
I mean, if we end up not having any agreement with the business community, I'd be okay putting it back to 12 next week.
Okay.
Yeah, and I agree that the various quantitative elements of this could still be tweaked next week.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay. I see no more lights. So let's go ahead and vote on the motion.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yep.
Councilmember Philsef,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
No.
Motion carries 5-1.
Great, thank you. So that concludes this item. And we will now move on to Councilmember, sorry, we good? Councilmember questions, comments, and announcements. Let's see. I'm not seeing any lights. So on that note, the meeting is adjourned.